Mm-mm, mm-mm. I know it's Sunday at 2:38 a.m. I'm not going to get a lot of people here, but it is what it is. What's up, Lewis? Oh man, I wish I could name this. I'm listening. What's up? For some reason, it's saying that only. Oh, now it's saying that I got two people watching. For some reason, this YouTube StreamYards bullshit is gonna come out the way it comes out. I guess I'm gonna do a follow up of this stream called "The Folly of Youth." Okay, the folly of youth sometimes is amazing, and the reason why I call it the folly of youth is because young people get fixated on their favorites instead of who's winning. For example, I went through the whole Lomachenko Devin Haney fight, and I'm like, how did Devin Haney win when he was losing the later rounds? I got a third person here. Who's the third person viewing? And this is what I got to tell because my son and I got in a little debate to saying, well, if he got the win, I'm like, dude, we all know that boxing's fixed to the motherfucker. Well, what about the UFC? The UFC is a pure sport compared to boxing. In the UFC, how many governing bodies do you have? You have one. Everybody knows the UFC is the number one mixed martial arts combat sport organization in the world. It hasn't been since the Pride organization that you didn't have somebody who wasn't number one in the sun. That being said, when you have something like boxing, where you have all these governing bodies, you have all these crooked people in boxing, I like I told him, I said, you got to view a fight from start to finish. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. You could look good the first 5 rounds and lose every other round after that. And that's what Devin Haney did. But when you have the judges in your back pocket, because they know that Lomachenko is 35, how many good fights is he going to have left compared to a much younger Devin Haney? You're going to go where the money is. Iori, what's up? Much love. And this is the problem with youth. Youth don't understand quality. Okay? When you're young, you don't understand quality over quantity. Right now, the youth thinks they have the best rappers, the best singers in the world. I had a young lady who was 2021 try to tell me about 2, 3 weeks ago that Beyonce is a better raw singer than Anita Baker. See, this is how you know people don't understand substance. We gonna the number one thing that we gone away from was substance. Beyonce wished she could do the notes of Anita Baker. If Anita Baker came out now compared to when she came out in the 80s, Anita Baker would be the greatest singer of all time. It's the old LeBron versus Jordan debate. LeBron got broke all the records. Well, if you stayed there 20, 21 years, you would too. But Jordan accomplished more than he did in less time. As a matter of fact, when did LeBron get a defensive player trophy? When was he called a defensive player like that? Even with UFC 300 that just happened last night, I told people Kayla Harrison, who is one of my Facebook friends, she was going to choke out Holly Holm unless Holly Holm, some by some miracle, keep it on the feet. Which you're going against a bigger, stronger, much more versatile version of Ronda Rousey with better stand up. What happens? See, people don't understand this, right? People don't understand quality over quantity. Well, the best rappers are now. Trust me. If you went back to the 90s, half these rappers will be average. Half your athletes will be average right now. Even Ed Reed said if he played in this era of football, he would get more picks. He probably would beat Night Train Lane's record of 14 interceptions in one season because they throw the ball more. People don't know how many things in life will overtake the come. I'm looking at the whole Devin Haney and Lomachenko fight. Devin Haney faded after the eighth round. Hell, he faded really after the sixth to seventh round, in my opinion. People don't understand how much the judges affect boxing. Why do you think mixed martial arts has taken over boxing? Let's be truthful, folks. Let's be goddamn truthful. This is the reason why it's hard to have an all time great conversation with younger people because younger people only fixate for the here and now. They will never take in yesteryear. Younger people will look at O.J. Simpson as the guy who killed his wife, but he was acquitted of all charges. But they'll never talk about a sports career being the first person to rush for more than 2,000 yards. Well, who got the W? Who got the W? Yes, he got the W because the judges already had in their mind if it goes to the fucking cards, who they were gonna pick. Everybody knew boxing was a fix for a very long time. Even with Terrence Crawford. I like Terrence Crawford. I like Earl Spence. Terrence Crawford lost a lot of luster. Why? Because he didn't fight. He wanted to go off his laurels and live off of the fucking Earl Spence fight. But yet, you had Boots there who you could have boxed and cemented your legacy right then and there. Everybody knows that Earl Spence should have pulled out of that damn fight because he was sick. But regardless how you feel about it, he got the W. Not by the judges, but by his own two hands. That you can respect. But once it goes to the judges' card, and when I looked at the whole fight between Devin Haney and Lomachenko was piecing his ass up in the later rounds. Lomachenko was actually a hit on cards, but the judges decided to give Devin Haney the win when Devin Haney was obviously fading. See, we have one of those issues right now in not only sports but in life, how people are faded. And people being faded is that you got to put them on a pedestal to say this person's great instead of proving their greatness. See, the production of proof is a preponderance, not of evidence, but of popular sway. You look at UFC 300, they made the BMF title the baddest motherfucker. Shout out to Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway, but Max Holloway knocked him out with only 1 second to spare. And I thought Gaethje would actually have the advantage. Little do I know, Max Holloway told people, "Put some respect on my name. I'm a former bantamweight champion who defended my title." And yes, Freddie Roach even said he's the best boxer in MMA. And Freddie Roach said three people would be the best boxers in MMA that he ever saw was Max Holloway, BJ Penn, and Anderson Silva. What's up, Philip? Awesome. Walaikum salam, brother. Walaikum salam. See, this is why a lot of the people who are younger than me have a difference of opinion than me because I tell them your greatness is not when you're doing well. Your greatness is developed when shit is against you. You're right, Mad Max Holloway. But most people don't like that shit because LeBron's the greatest ever. LeBron is the greatest in this generation. Same thing that I would say about Mayweather. But can we truly say that he's Jordan esque? No. He's going to be always in the top three. But Jordan would transform a game. Jordan transmuted the game. Think about it. Kobe won a championship without Shaq, and it pissed Shaq off because it proved something that he needed deep down inside to say, I could win one without the big man. I won one without the big man. I'm willing to lay it all on the line and prove that I'm capable with or without him. I'm very concerned about the younger generations that they don't even understand greatness anymore. Because this is how the younger generations define greatness. Does this person get more ticket sales? Well, we all know record companies will buy their own fucking records to make it look like this guy or this girl is a hit. Look at Glorilla right now. Yeah, Glow, which is obviously a rip of fucking 3-6 Mafia and Project Pat. Is she gonna have a bigger influence than Wu Tang Forever back in 95, 96? No. And then on top of that, I like to say this about men. When are women coming out with the hardest tracks in hip hop? When it just tells you that women just love the ratchet shit. Oh, I'd rather eat jail food than before I let a bitch disrespect me. I'd rather eat jail food. It's catchy. I'll give you that. It'll make a club jump before I give you that. But guess what? We had 3 6 Mafia for all that for 25 years. I'm supposed to believe that this little tiny woman, because she is a small woman, is supposed to cause ruckus when she comes into a place by herself. I told you before, but I went to the bank. Females really think they're smarter than men. And I asked to prove it. How are you smarter than men? Prove to me you're smarter than men. I'll even tell you how sad women are. You're you're begging Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese to come to the WNBA because you really don't have any stars. Nobody wants to watch the lesbian league. Even your players who are straight complains about the lesbian league. Okay? There's a reason why Clarissa Shields, who's a 2 time Olympic gold medalist in boxing, and what, 2 or 3 times undisputed in women's boxing, had to fight MMA because there's not any competent, nobody's paying pay per view to watch her. And I love Carissa Shields. I think she should get even more of the acclimates from all her accomplishments. But if we're gonna call a spade, is she putting asses in seats like Tank Davis from Baltimore, like a Devin Haney, like a Ryan Garcia, like a Boots, like a Terrence Crawford, like an Earl Spence? Are people gonna pay overpriced pay per views to watch her fight? And what's the answer? No. Look at the NFL today. Who's your most dominant defensive players? Oh, wait. The most dynamic player you have right now is Lamar Jackson in the NFL. But do you have a kind of guy like a Ray Lewis, like an Earl Lacker, like a Luke Kinkley, who offensive players will say, fuck this shit, I'm out? No. Who's the modern day equivalent of Deion Sanders? Steve Atwater, Jack Tatum. Who do you have? Who do you have? Who's the equivalent of Christian Okoye or Mike Allstott? James Harden, Joey Porter, Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, Reggie White, Mean Joe Green, with the exceptions of J.J. Watt and Aaron Donald, Brian Dawkins, Mike Singletary, Lorenzo Neal at fullback, Jim Brown. Imagine trying to tackle Jim Brown, Ray Nitschke, a Mike Dicker, Night Train Lane, a cornerback that hits you like a fucking strong safety, a Mel Blunt. Who do you have the equivalency of? Patrick Willis. I understand there's a new sport and they want to Junior Seau, Deacon Jones. I think I already said Jack Tatum. Who do you have? Devon Curse. See, I think greatness is being butchered. A Lawrence Taylor, Ronnie Lott. Who do you have the equivalent of right now that you have? Do you think for 1 second Steph Curry would be Steph Curry if he was playing in the 90s? I will ask you that. Do you think Steph Curry would be the great Steph Curry that he is right now if he played in the 90s? The answer is no. Do you think any boxer in the heavyweight division hit harder than Tyson? And to this day, I think George Foreman hit harder than him. Who's your equivalent of Ernie Shavers? I'll wait. I would definitely wait for your answer. I'm not shitting on people in their generation, but I think this generation doesn't understand yesteryear's greatness. where I think many other generations did. Well, Devin Haney got the win, yeah, because the judges were in the back pocket. And it's sad because a lot of young boys right now will judge greatness not because they witnessed it. It's not just because they witnessed it, it's because they listen to the commentary and they listen to what everybody tells them what is great. Do I need an example? Toxic masculinity, anybody? You've been conditioned to say your masculinity is so bad that it's considered toxic. Who wants to be masculine if your society says your masculinity is toxic? And you wonder why the LGBT, the feminist groups are chewing this shit up. You wonder why young boys can't pass a PT test. I don't want to be big and strong because I don't think I'm gonna get a woman that way. I want to be a I want to be a cooperative male. I want to make my baby get the greatest. I want to work to the sweat of my brow to allow a female who does not respect me get all the glory. Here's the link if anybody wants to join. I'm going to say this. A lot of young men are going to go out there in life and not be able to pursue things in life because they're told their masculinity is toxic. They are scared to death of being great. They're scared to be told their masculinity is fraudulent. The only reason you guys actually did anything great because you suppressed women. I gotta tamp myself down so the ladies won't feel bad about me being great. Even on the female side, what do ladies get? I don't want to be great and I don't want to be athletic because all the other women around me are gonna say that I'm manly. Flojo is one of the greatest athletes God has ever produced. Did she look manly to you? Did she? We still have not had a female on God's green earth to ever beat her record. Did Flojo even exempt manliness, or was she in her greatest of femininity? See, that's that's my caveat there. Flojo was probably one of the most feminine athletes ever, One of the most girly athletes ever. But guess what? She was a beast in her sport. She was a beast in that 100 and 200, was she not? Don't give me that bullshit. Don't give me that bullshit that you can't be great. See, greatness nowadays is what the popular vote says instead of actually proving it. Well, he got the win. Yeah, you get the win too if you got the judges in your back pocket. It's okay to come with fraudulent shit. It's okay to come with fraudulent ideas. Let me even look it up on Wikipedia. Florence Delabro, Delanore's Griffin Joyner, excuse me, Florence Delano Griffin Jr. was an American track and field athlete and the fastest woman ever recorded. Makeup and all, beauty and all, beauty and all. Still to this day, the fastest female ever recorded. But I forgot, in the manosphere, we don't ever actually give women their best. Still owns the world record for 10 seconds and 49.49 seconds. 10.49 seconds. Fastest woman who ever existed. But you know what's funny? When they did the autopsy on her body, they never found a goddamn drug in her system. And she died of basically a birth effect of a severe epileptic seizure. Epileptic. Have you ever noticed the feminist movement never talk about FloJo? Have you ever noticed the LGBT community never talk about certain people? They even did an autopsy that said the only drugs in her system when she died was a small amount of over the counter drugs of amphetamine, Benadryl. You're right, angry black man. She didn't even bash black men, and she was married to one. But notice the feminist movement will never say shit about Flojo. The same way the LGBT movement will never say shit about James Baldwin. Gee, I wonder why. What's up, Black Scorpion Black? That's how you know it's a fucking bullshit scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Black Baltimorean, angry black man.
What up?
What up?
Rest in peace, O.J. Simpson.
Rest in peace, OJ. Do you know how much money OJ gave to black communities secretly?
O.J. knew he couldn't be too black. He wouldn't get them endorsement deals.
No, he couldn't. But guess who helped him start organizations to give the young black children?
Who's that?
Another scrutinized black man. You might have heard of him, Michael Jackson. He was
The
close
black
friends with Michael. He was
the
close
black
friends
the
with.
black community is really ungrateful.
It's an ungrateful son of a bitch.
As much shit as Michael Jackson did for black charities, black causes,
Speak on it,
and you
nigga.
see
Speak on it.
more white people defending Michael Jackson today than you do black people. Black
Mm.
people are some ungrateful motherfuckers.
So did OJ. Oh, but he dated white women. So did Harry Belafonte.
So
So
did
did
Eartha Kitt.
Eartha Kitt. How much
So
did
did
Eartha
half
Kitt
of the
do?
Black Panthers. What's
How,
your point? You feel me?
what's my man? James Earl Jones was married to a white woman, but look what he did for black people. You gonna
Half the
tell
Black
me?
Panthers was fucking white women.
Yep. You gonna tell me that Harry Belafonte ain't do shit for black people?
Harry Belafonte front line. So did Sidney Poitier.
Sidney Poitier. But Sidney Poitier
Front
was not
line.
American. Sidney Poitier was not even American black.
Neither was Harry Belafonte.
Neither was Harry Belafonte.
They fucking front line, man.
They put their careers on the fucking line. But see, I could always juxtapose feminism. Why don't you talk about FloJo?
Hey, hold on,
You
Charles.
know, you know why? Because she was happily married to a black man who happened to be her coach. I may not be as well versed as some of the PhDs and BGS, but I can simplify this shit down to the common denominator. Please trust me and believe. All you feminists out there, when is the last time you even spoke highly about FloJo? Still to this day, the fastest woman God ever produced on this planet. And probably one of the most feminine women and beautiful women God has ever produced on this planet. Have you ever heard the LGBT speak about James Baldwin? What did James Baldwin always say? Race before anything else. My people before anything else. My cause before anything else. But you got black folks stupid enough to believe the bullshit. Stupid enough to believe the hype. Well, LeBron James gave to black people. When you look down into it, it was Nike who built that school, not Jim Brown. And then when you go through that school, it looks like a whole fucking shoe commercial. Why do you got to put Nike shoes all over the fucking school? To indoctrinate those kids to buy more of your fucking product? You got to put all the Nike shoes that's coming out or has been out to make more consumers? And you wonder why programs in the black manosphere is heavily scrutinized. It's not because we're lying, it's because we're telling the truth that nobody needs to know. People will always remember OJ for the fucking case, but they'll never talk about how Nicole Simpson was involved with big time drug dealers. This is how great FloJo was, and I'm reading it. To date, her 1988 200-meter world and Olympic records at 21.3 second 34 seconds, as well as her 100-meter world record at 10.49 seconds, still stand, making her the only female athlete to simultaneously hold the records. Her 100-meter Olympic record of 10.6962 seconds was improved in the 2020 Summer Games in Tokyo by Lane Thompson at 10.61. So guess what? She's still considered since goddamn 1988 to be the fastest woman ever without any fucking drugs. You still there, angry black man, or you still going through something? He's probably going. He's probably still at work or doing driving. I'm just gonna say it. Black excellence without an agenda is always going to be scrutinized. There, I said it. And angry black man is right. She didn't bash black men to do it. If anything, she giving credit to black men for her success. Imagine to be called the fastest human, one of the fastest human beings to ever live. Amazing. But why doesn't the feminist movement ever prop her up? Hmm. You notice a lot of this shit has reasoning to it. This is the reason why the current generations and the ones after don't understand greatness because they're always told what greatness is instead of observing it for themselves. There's going to come a time when all the major players of the black manosphere will either be old and gray or in their graves, and people will ask, why didn't you speak up for masculinity? And all you got to do was turn on to one of our live streams. And you know what you could tell those future generations? Why didn't you carry on the fight? Hmm. You got black women in this country trying to bring the 4B movement here. And I agree with BGS because Monday I'm going to do a very comprehensive live stream that says, you're willing to call upon your replacements. You think if men want sex, relationships, families, and children, they're going to be tied down with you? What's up, Angry?
I'm back, man.
I'm going to ask you this question. Actually, two. The first one is, do you think with young people nowadays, 25 and under, understand what greatness is?
No,
That's the first question.
no, not at all.
Or do you think they're shown what they think greatness should be?
I think it's the latter. They're showing what greatness, what they tell you greatness is, and it's basically money.
Yeah, because my son tried to get in a debate about me with boxing because, he started his little boxing. And my godson's here too. Two of my godsons live with me too. And they're trying to say, well, who got the W? I said, y'all don't understand boxing, do you? Boxing's been fixed for 20, 30 years. And actually longer than that.
Try 100.
Try 100.
Boxing has
And he,
been fixed all the way back to Bob Fitzsimmons.
exactly. And they try to say, well, who got the W between Lomachenko and Devin Haney? Lomachenko was beating the shit out of Devin Haney in the last 5 rounds. Devin Haney was fading.
I mean, let's be honest. And I've said this so many times over the years. European fighters, not, I don't mean white people. I mean European fighters, like Lennox Lewis was European.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a close decision, you're more than likely going to lose when
Mm-hmm.
you're over here in the States.
Yeah.
Ask Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that wasn't even a close decision. The first Lennox Lewis Holyfield fight.
What
Oh,
was it?
Lennox Lewis washed him, and they
Yeah, he
still
did.
called that shit a draw. So just because Haney got the W, don't mean he's the better fighter.
I mean, look at Dudley and Street Fighter. He was based off of Chris Eubanks. I want you to think about this, right? When I brought up, and here's another question. It's actually a two-part question for number two. Why doesn't the feminist movement ever bring up FloJo? And why don't the LGBT movement bring up James Baldwin?
Well, I said earlier about FloJo that FloJo didn't bash black men. She was married to a black man.
And owe her success to what?
A black man. When you talk about women track people, notice most of them have black husbands that trains them.
Mm-hmm. Marion
What's
Jones.
the young girl? What's the the younger Allison Felix?
Allison Felix married to a black fucking track star in his own right.
Pregnant. You know what I'm saying? like man, so feminists don't want to touch that one. Like I said, FloJo didn't bash black men, so she's no use to him. And Baldwin, I mean, he was pro-black. He fucked
What
white
did he
men,
say?
but his who he who, when, how, and what he liked to screw didn't stand in the way of his uh,
Blackness.
political opinions according to black people in America. In other
His
words,
black.
he wasn't a damn coon.
No. He would state to you if he was still alive today, my blackness before all. This is why I had to correct the Padawan about the term I don't see race. When a person says I don't see your race, they're actually insulting you. Because if you don't see my race, you don't see my culture. You don't see what my people brought to this world.
Yeah, I don't see color as a bunch of bullshit, and it never
It,
made any sense. How do you not know? How do you not notice I'm a black person?
everybody else will.
That's like saying I don't see gender.
Shout out to Electrician 480. Whoo, get him, Chuck. Yeah. See, this is the reason why it's very hard for a person like myself who didn't finish college to lose a debate to people with PhDs. Tell me, why don't you bring these people up in your arguments? Because Flojo, if she was still living, would tell you you are crazy not to appreciate your black man. She would tell you that to your face. Oh yeah, by the way, shout out for the $10 holler to electrician. Shout out to the supporters. She would tell you you're crazy not to support the black man because it was a black man who transmuted her career into being, still to this day, the fastest woman God ever produced. Almost 40 years, by the way. 34. No, excuse me. 36 years. She is still considered the fastest woman ever produced.
And did it clean.
Clean.
And
When
probably
she
the dirtiest sport that you can name, track and field,
tried
Olympic
to,
track and field. She did it clean.
and the sad part is, the only other sport I think is dirtier than track and field is professional bodybuilding. To this day, the only, they said the only drugs they found in her system was Benadryl when she when her autopsy. Benadryl. Last time I checked, Benadryl does not help you in track and field. Well, she could have been off of it years later. No, they would still find that drug in your system. Stop the bullshit. Stop the cat.
Yeah, good old feminism. Ask a feminist what is feminism for. Ask a black feminist what have black women gained from feminism.
You lost more than what you gained. Electrician 480 said, way when you beat the way you beat them because you read, bro, and the space you reside in the black manosphere where other black men who read as well. Facts. Thank you for that. You are drizzle, drizzle, drizzle. What's up, Captain? He said, "New, you ain't shipping it." Drizzle, drizzle. I need a woman to take care of me and my soft man. Okay. I'm tired of being Superman. I want to be Clark Kent. Let Lois Lane put the cape on for a change and take care of me. See, how many people want to admit that when we go through things in this life, we must know who our allies are? Yes, I understand with the Iran Israel attack BS, but guess what? When shit goes down, both Iran and Israel are going to find out really quick who their allies are. Black people don't even understand that concept. This is the reason why I'm a proponent of saying that black people need to get in the military. We need to take it over. We're the best natural athletes. We're the best when it comes to just raw intellect, untapped intellect. We can take it over as not only officers, warrant officers, and enlisted. Take it over. And then you will understand a lot of the shit we talk about when it comes to warfare very vividly. But because black people tend to be a bit lazy, they don't want to do the research.
Well, I can add on to that. It's not only that, but it's just that whole stigma of you know where I'm getting ready to go with this. Oh man, you fighting in the white man's military. I'm like, come on, man.
They
You
didn't
know,
cope
you
with.
know, in, in,
They,
in Elijah Muhammad's book, Message to the Black Man, he says black people can learn a lot from white people.
mm-hmm.
And that's some true shit because when you look at the Irish, look at the history of the Irish in America. What did Irish people start doing after the Civil War? They started
They got
being cops.
they got their reparations from being in the police departments around the country. That's why you have an emerald society and not an ebony society. The Italians, notice, they got their reparations through the fire departments. It's, I'm going to paint a picture here, and I'm gonna ask the 10 people, and I'm not upset with 10 people because we're the damn near 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm actually proud of the fact that I could captivate people's attention this late in the early morning, or this early in the early morning. I want to paint a picture for you. I'm gonna go BGS level with this shit. What if reparations would not be just a check from the government, but an overtaking of a system of government? Mm, they ain't ready for that, are they? Angry?
Now that's when the laziness comes in.
Mm, they ain't had us right now. What if we would have found our reparations in the U.S. military?
See, what pissed me off about black people and the reparations thing is a lot of people talk about it, but you don't see many actually organizing and actually doing work. You got people out here honestly thinking that they're going to tweak their way into reparations,
No, no.
but they'll never come outside. They'll never, and they have every excuse not to join the organization. Oh, I don't like that organization. Oh, well, I don't like that organization because so and so said this 10 years ago, and it's like, damn, why are we so fucking petty?
When are we gonna get our piece of the pie?
Stokely Carmichael, what did he say? Organize, organize, organize.
When are we gonna get our piece of the pie without organization? Here's the part that always kicks me in the ass. And I'm an '80s baby, right? I'm an '82 baby. What if our mothers, and even if you're a '70s baby, we're roughly the same generation. Yeah, they might be early millennials, late Gen Xers. You pretty much grew up the same fucking way because you pretty much grew up in the same fucking households. I want you to think about this, right? What if your dad's and your
You cut out Charles.
uh I'm gonna say it again for people who didn't hear me. What if your people would have raised you and say, you late Gen Xers, early millennials, you go into that military, you gonna take them benefits, you gonna take that GI Bill, you gonna take that VA housing loan. Do you think the black society would be in better shape if we did?
Yes. And on top of it, you didn't even have to fight a quote unquote real war. No offense. But 80s babies didn't have to fight in Vietnam.
Nope. The closest we had was what?
Probably Fallujah.
Fallujah, global war on terror. And this is when I had to joke, and even BGS had to agree. I said, "Say what you want about the early millennials, we put a foot in terrorism ass.
Oh, yeah.
My generation put a foot in terrorism ass. That's why you don't have as many attacks over here as you could have." And I'm in a very big belief that I don't think if my generation and the late Gen Xers wouldn't have been the last, remnants of toughness, this country would have splintered even earlier than we think it's going to be.
And you know what's scary, Charles, is when when you look at world events and we inch closer to World War III. The
Mhm.
scary fucking part is if America brings back a draft, these motherfuckers are getting drafted.
Yeah,
This generation.
yeah. We
That's some
prolonged the
scary fucking shit.
we prolonged the draft by 20 to 25 years. I want you to think about this. Iraq, when I went to Iraq, last year was officially 20 years since I stepped foot in Oconus, which is an acronym for outside the continental United States. So we prolong a war for you ungrateful motherfuckers for 20 fucking years. And how do you repay us? This gender fucking fluidity bullshit. This
Man buns, man
man
purses,
buns, man
men painting
purses.
their fingernails.
You know, the only guy I could give a class to painting their toenails was Chuck Liddell because he did it because he was a goth punk rocker type style. But guess what? You step to Chuck Liddell, your lights are being put the fuck out. And it's sad because people will look at the 20-year-olds now be like, yo, why y'all like this now? You motherfuckers lived better than we did in my 20s. The only difference is gas was cheaper. You're a lot freer to be who you want. You have a lot more opportunities academically and athletically than we did
Financially,
financially. let me
When
put
I
it to
was
you
a
this.
kid, I could only dream of making money playing video games.
Exactly. We literally, we're the generations that got our ass kicked or kicked ass because some fucking bully stole our comic books. Put that in perspective. Look at all the Marvel and DC movies that made it popular, all the shows that made it popular. We went through the fucking rigmarole and the fucking toughness of making comic books mainstream.
We had to go to 7-Eleven and get our comic books off the spin rack.
Yep, I remember those days.
You
But now,
motherfuckers today, you have Marvel and DC at the push of a fucking button.
at the push of a button, you literally have full-fledged comic book stores and paraphernalia. You have conventions out the yin yang. You
Comic
have
book stores.
shows.
These motherfuckers can download comics now.
They can download. They can go to Barnes and Noble to get manga and comics. Let you grow up in Baltimore going to Lake Clifton. Yo, the only reason motherfuckers stop picking with us for being comic book and anime and manga fans is because we started fighting back. Niggas don't remember
I
that.
think every kid has that fucking story when you're in the principal's office. Well, why did you hit him? Well, he tore up my comic book.
Yeah, yeah. Your parents didn't even want to buy you the comic books at first because they thought it was weird.
And you
I'm
had to
like,
store them motherfuckers.
yeah. You. It's funny. I just reinstated my country role for anime, and I even said it on Facebook. Yo, I'm on Disney Plus, episode 5 of X-Men 97. Episode 5, remember it, is the greatest fucking single thing that Disney Plus ever produced. And that was an animated fucking episode. That shit went so fucking hard. The only reason I would tell you niggas to get Disney Plus is to support an X-Men 97. You don't have any wokeism. You you basically have the X-Men where we left off from it.
You have
Just like,
X-Men in its purest form.
and I told people, my son tried to say, okay, give me some of the main X-Men you see in X-Men 97. Wolverine. I said, Wolverine don't even get that much screen time, buddy. I said, you obviously didn't see it, and I gave you my codes to get it. I said, you look at Magneto, or as I call him, Riz God Magnus, the Riz God. When you saw him in episode 5 in Genosha when the Wild Sentinels attacked, and
Hmm.
he saw the mutants dying, and he went through flashbacks of the bodies. This nigga had a PTSD moment back in Auschwitz in the Holocaust in World War II. And what did he say? They will be avenged. Gambit went out the hardest out of everybody.
Hmm.
Rogue put foot to ass. You telling me that you read the X-Men and you know what the X-Men were based on? They were based on the black experience in America.
And the thing about it is what I've been saying since Fox, since those first X-Men movies by Fox. You haven't seen shit yet.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
One of these days, these people are going to really dig into the X-Men universe and really start to pull out some shit.
And if you looked at that
You
X-Men,
haven't seen anything yet.
that X-Men '97 is a love song to our generation, man. When you look at pure prejudice because of just the way you not because and see this is the beauty thing about the X-Men. And this is how you know it was about the black experience. It's not about what you choose to be, it's about what you're born as. Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back?
Spit.
I'm gonna spin a block on this one. This is the difference between the LGBT movement and the black experience in America. I can't tell you're gay a mile down the road, but I can tell your black ass is black.
Hey, Neymar is in the back. He want to get in,
All right.
and that's the shit about it. Right? That's the unfairness of racism.
Mm-hmm.
And see, you got to remember, Brian. The X Ron said that X-Men '97 goes way harder than I thought they were gonna do. I'm enjoying every you goddamn right you better. What's up, AL? Bring your ass up here. See, that's the part about
Don't
that
nobody say shit.
so somebody say shit, yo Saturday motherfucking Sam's in the building. You gotta
What's up, Neymar?
understand something. What's up,
All right, what's
Namer?
good, man? Oh man, it's
Name
ten
Namer
thirty.
may
It's like, go ahead.
Namer may not be 80 less black, but guess what? I know he's black.
I'm
I
black
know
than a
that.
motherfucker with vitiligo. There are parts of me that are white, and when people ask me what the fuck happened to you, I just tell them my mama slapped the black off me when I was little. It's on my face. Nate, and I said, then I showed the back of my head. I said that was my father right there because he got this. He had
Oh
them
yeah.
big hands. He had some big hands.
Oh yeah. And see,
Yeah.
no matter where you go, Namer, you're gonna carry that blackness with you.
I've got no shame in it. Because people ask me, "Are you black?" I said, among other things. Because yes, in the West, I am. I'm viewed well outside of Africa. It's my race first. But if I'm anywhere in Africa, it's my nationality, it's my tribe, so or ethnicity and whatnot. Just like if you're a white person was in Europe, is your ethnicity, your and everything.
I'm
Because in
Duncan
certain parts of
McLeod
the
of the
world, it's
Clan
race
McLeod.
based. Huh?
I'm Duncan McLeod of the Clan McLeod.
Duncan McCara, but I can never do what's his name? What's
Adrian
his name?
Paul.
No. Christophe Lambert. I can never do Christophe Lambert. Christopher
I
Lambert
think
is Lambert.
well
It's
Christopher
French.
Lambert. And it's
Mhm.
funny because I always thought Duncan was the better character. He was more fleshed out. Adrian
There was
Paul was that. You know what? I'm starting to believe Adrian Paul is immortal because he still look great for his age, man.
some people know how to age gracefully and they know how to take good care of themselves. I mean, a lot of us know how to take care of ourselves. By the way, the whole thing about nail polish and such by guys, that goes back to the 1970s because there was a punk rock. That's from punk rock and everything. A lot of
That's a
people
punk
don't know
rock
that.
thing. That's a
Yeah.
punk
In
rock thing
fact,
because
in fact, back in the when I first came to Norway, I used to I used to frequent the library and I used to borrow DVDs and such. Right. There was a couple DVDs I had. One was a documentary about the history of punk rock. And here's something that a lot of the late Gen X and early millennials will tell you. When they were coming up and they were into punk rock, they used to get beat up by their peers for it, right? But the irony is now is those same peers who
You
used to
can.
beat them up, ABM, ABM, you alright?
Yeah.
Because I could hear you, mumbling shit in the background. Sorry.
Oh, my fault.
But as I was saying, those same people who used to get bullied for being into punk rock, they look at their former tormentors and go and look at them and like, what is wrong with you? Because those same tormentors now allow their children to engage in punk rock. Hell, they even cover for their tattoos and piercings
yeah,
and,
you
and
got to
nail
remember.
polish and all that and
You,
mohawks. You go ahead.
and by the way, Namer and Angry,
Mhm.
guess who's one of the most biggest representatives of punk rock in comic books?
Please tell.
Storm of the X-Men.
Mm.
You ever notice everybody loves this version of Storm? Y'all ready? The mohawk with the punk rock gear.
Mm-hmm.
She's an icon of punk rock. How many
Here's
punk?
another document.
Think
Here's another
about it.
documentary I gotta mention.
She's an
Here's another.
icon. She's literally, if you thought of a comic book character who represented punk rock, believe it or not, it's Storm of the X-Men during the 80s with
In
the
fact, if you
mohawk.
look at Storm, in fact, if you look at Storm, you know what she reminds you of?
What's that?
Tina Turner in the Mad Max movie.
She reminds you of Tina Turner, a combination of Tina Turner and Grace Jones.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially remember in Conan the Destroyer? Remember how
Mm-hmm.
Grace was in Conan?
That she would have played the perfect Storm, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
She would have been the perfect
Wait, who
Storm.
would have been? Who do you think would have been the perfect bishop? Is my question. Couldn't be Billy D. Williams. He was too old for that.
Carl
Somebody
Weathers.
who looked like Billy D, but
Carl
really,
Weathers.
Carl.
He had the
Wait,
he had the
could you imagine
muscularity and
Carl
the
Weathers with a Jerry curl? Could you imagine Carl Weathers with a Jerry curl? Jerry curl.
you probably didn't even need a Jerry curl.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now he got the cruddy, he got the natural.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had to and this is gonna make angry black man and you laugh. I had to tell one of my former wrestlers last week. You do know rock and roll originated from black people. He was like,
Indeed.
really? And I played him Little Richard. I said, what does that sound like? Chuck Berry. Fucking Elvis stole all of Chuck Berry shit.
If you remember the song, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. That was stolen from Big Mama Thornton. If you ever listen
Mm-hmm.
to Big Mama Thornton's version of that,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Doja Cat did her justice when she sampled her song for the new Elvis movie, for the Elvis movie soundtrack. But I remember Patrice O'Neal talked about that. You know, you're right about what Elvis did to Big Mama Thornton. But when you listen to the two songs, you can't really argue too much about it. But yeah, I mean, I remember because my father was big on Motown. His generation, you know, the Boomers, everybody was bumping Motown. You know what I'm saying? So but back then, black people when they wanted to put out their music, you couldn't have black faces on the album cover. They had to get creative. Like the Isley Brothers on one of their albums, it was a white couple at the beach looking in each other's eyes. What's his name? What's his name? The dude who used to sing "Fools Fall in Love."
Michael
Frankie
McDonald.
Lyman is him? Yeah, Frankie Lyman.
No, Frank. You talk about Frankie Lyman's version.
Yeah, yeah, Frankie. But remember when Frankie in the '60s, you know, he had a big hit, and nobody knew he was black. And when he came onto this, I think it was one show, the entire white audience was just they were frozen. They didn't know what to think because they were listening to a black artist the whole time, not knowing what he looked like.
That
Just
tells
like
you how much of a farce racism is. You love us, but you can't stand us at the same time. It's such a dichotomy.
I mean, they look at it this way. What do they say about black men? It's not just in America.
And by the way, that's the reason
Hmm.
why Frankie Beverly's name is Frankie and not Howard,
Hmm.
because he was born Howard Beverly, and he changed his name legally to Frankie because he was a big Frankie in the homage to Frankie Lyman.
Has anybody seen the movie that Trey Lorenz did with Vivica Fox? What's the name? Halle Berry and everybody about the life of Frankie Lyman.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I seen
Oh,
it. Charles, you probably
y'all
seen it
remember?
too.
I might have. I probably didn't pay attention.
I didn't watch it. My brother did. He told me about it. I saw the trailer. You know, they were right. Fools fall in love and fools rush in and
Oh,
such. But
Full Fall of Love. I think I seen that one.
yeah. But look at it this way. Um, I was looking at another documentary a friend of mine gave me. It was by a guy named Sam Dunn, who's a documentary filmmaker, but he's also a metalhead. That he plays bass in a band. And this documentary was part of his PhD. It was part of his thesis because he has a degree in sociology from the University of Victoria in Victoria, British Columbia. That's the same alma mater as one Jordan Peterson. And was it McGill? University of Victoria or McGill? One of them. No, it's McGill, I think. But in that documentary, when they were asking about the whole notion of masculinity and whatnot in the 80s, because why were guys in the 80s trying to look very effeminate and whatnot? Why were they always trying to not look like straight men? And they said the
That
reason
was
why
called
they were
an
they're
androgyny.
rebelling. Hmm The
That was a
androgyny,
rebellion.
it was a rebellion. So the painted nails, guys using eyeliner and such, makeup. Hell, Rick James was wearing makeup. Michael wore makeup. Prince wore makeup. And anybody remember the group Korn, the metal group
Yeah,
Korn?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, their front man, I keep forgetting his name, Jonathan Davis. Now, growing up in Bakersville, California, while the rest of the band they went to Bakersville High, he went to a different rival high school called Highlander High, and he talked about getting bullied there because at the time he was taking art class because he was a very expressive, creative type of person. He wore eyeliner. He was into new wave, and this is in the mid to late '80s when everybody was anti-gay as hell, and HIV/AIDS was on the rise, and people were panicking at the time. And he talked about getting beat up and manhandled and messed around with while in high school because of that. In fact, that's a joke. He has HIV. He has HIV, the letters tattooed on his arm, and then people are like, "Well, what the hell was that about? Are you HIV positive?" Or something? He said, "No, I just say it as a sick joke," because he was on the receiving end of anti-gay hatred because people suspected he was gay or whatnot. Because you were not a jock, you were into art class, you were listening to new wave, and you wore eyeliner. When he was saying no, I'm just trying to express myself. But there were some guys, who were dressed that way as rebellion, but they could kick ass. I mean, look at this generation now, because everybody's rocking the torn jeans from the '80s, right? There was a woman I met, and she was rocking the torn jeans, everything. She was born in '87, and I wanted to ask her, do you know why your parents were rocking had the jeans cut up at the knees, especially if a woman's jeans had tears at the knees. You know what that meant, right? Can anybody hear me? No.
Go ahead,
Can y'all hear me?
explain. We can hear you explain. We're just being quiet.
Because there was a certain because remember jeans were pretty tight in those days back in the '80s, especially the low rise and cut off jeans and everything and tight slim fit. So a lot of women would go to rock concerts, and a lot of them were into the band members. And back then, they didn't have knee pads, and because you couldn't really, bend your knee without having to hike up have to hike up your jeans. So you have those cuts at the knees. Easy for a woman to get on the knees and then do the deed. I wanted to tell her that, but I was thinking, let her figure that out. I'm sure her mother would have told her why, but it is. I mean, take me for example. I have earrings. People thought that was gay. Back where I'm from, they think it's kind of gay. Even though I remember in the past, my people would pierce their ears. A man would have one earring growing up, and he would take that out the day he got married. In Ethiopian history, if a nobleman had cornrows, it meant that he had killed a lion when in his youth. I mean, look at pictures of Ethiopian emperors like Theodore II or John IV. They were sporting cornrows. It was to show their high status, but also they were able to grow their hair like a lion's mane. It was to live up to the personification that Ethiopian emperors were called the Lion of Judah. That was part of their title. I have cornrows, and everybody said,
Say
"Why you
it,
used to,
say
why
it
you?"
right, nigga. The conquering Lion of Judah.
The conquering Lion of Judah, the King of Kings, or Nugus Nugusas, as they say in Amharic or Tigrinya. I remember having cornrows. I remember having box braids. There were guys in my millennials like myself who had dreadlocks before dreadlocks got way too popular. Because remember, in the 80s, dreadlocks were big, and then in the 90s, they were kind of like, until Arrested Development came out.
That depends where you
I-
are because, yeah, Jamaican culture, like dreadlocks is normal.
Mhm. It was big in parts of West Africa too. You see a dude with dreadlocks, automatically soon they were Rasta.
Well, I actually went over like to the Afrosphere and had some conversations with them, and I found out that they actually do somewhat follow some of the same culture. I believe it.
Mhm.
I believe it was like Nigeria, but also like
What do you mean?
Ethiopia, especially. That was also like like dreads and like they could speak. It's close to patois, I would say. That's how they talk.
In Ethiopia, there's a place called Sheshemenia. That was a plot of land that was reserved for Rastas during the time of Haile Selassie. They're still living there. Many Rastas still live there, but a lot of people, But the thing about Rastas is they adhere to the ways of the Nazarites or the Nazir, they called, in which and this is like what if you look in the Bible in the Book of Kings, Samson was raised to be a Nazarite. He had long locks of hair, but the thing
Seven
was he was
locks.
crazy.
Seven
7
locks to
locks.
be exact.
He was,
And
and
do you know what?
according to,
Do you know what
go ahead.
Samson's downfall was?
Two things: alcohol and untrustworthy women.
I never heard the alcohol part, but I definitely heard it was
Three
the
things.
woman.
He ate from an unclean animal.
Hmm. Because
The
in the
women.
way of the Nazarites, you're not supposed to cut your hair.
Yes,
You are
like
not to eat meat. You are
well,
also you're also supposed to avoid fermented foods, and you cannot have any alcohol.
like what
Jewish.
I heard was he got convinced to cut his hair, and he lost his power because of that.
Well, no,
Hmm.
he lost the power from a combination of things. If you listen to the story,
Yeah.
the fermented fruit, which means basically alcohol,
Hmm.
the unclean animal when he found out the bees made a hive out of the lion's hide, and he ate from it when he was hungry. And then when Delilah cut his hair, a Nazarite by definition is someone who makes a promise to God not to do certain things, and he was granted special abilities.
Hmm.
Like, what did they call Jesus? Jesus of what?
Nazareth, a
However,
Nazarene,
So he by definition he was what? A
a
Nazarene.
Nazarite. He was from
So,
Nazareth. He was a Nazarene.
so when people, this is where
In fact, Charles, when you think about it, when I'm sorry, can y'all hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Charles went silent for a minute. let me and people say we're not multifaceted, but let me connect a couple dots here. Since we mentioned the whole thing about Nazarites and everything, or Nazarenes,
Hear me
people
when
from
you hear
Nazareth,
me
we
go
call Nazarenes.
silent. When you hear me
Uh-huh.
go silent, that's just me having manners, allowing the person to finish their thought.
Oh, oh, okay.
We do that.
Sometimes you
We
get
do that
open to
over here.
misunderstanding.
We do
My
that here
apologies.
over here. I'm going to switch
Hey, me
devices in
with,
a minute,
all right.
but
Yeah, well,
continue
me
your
being
thought.
me. Okay. Think about ISIS when they invaded Iraq. I remember a certain evangelical preacher was talking to his congregation about this. In fact, I remember also the MMA fighter Rhonda Marcos, who is an Iraqi Christian. When she won one of her fights, she wore a t-shirt, a black t-shirt, and she had the letter Nun, which is N in Arabic, with a circle over it, around it. She was showing solidarity to her fellow Christians back home in Iraq who were in areas that were under ISIS control. When people asked, "Why do you have that letter that letter on your shirt?" She said, "When the Islamic State took over certain cities, they would try to identify the homes that belonged to Christian families, and when they went to each home, they would spray paint the letter N or Nun and put a circle over it." And they were like, "Why that symbol?" Because they're saying these people is Nazrun. Nazrun means Nazarenes in Arabic. Nazri, Nazra, which are the masculine and feminine forms of Nazarene, is what they call these people, which doesn't make any sense. But then again, there was a symbolism to why the so-called IS were doing that to them. Because most Arabs, when they call somebody a Christian, they call them Masih, Masiha, or Masihin, which means the first two are the masculine and feminine forms of Masih. Masihin is the plural form. So instead of calling them Christians, they call them Nazarenes. These are terms that they were just using to throw each other to legitimize their assaults on certain people. Hell, in Iraq as well as in Afghanistan, you know what they call what was the Arabic word they use for somebody like Charles, who was a soldier in the U.S. Armed Forces? They will call him Sahabi. Sahabi, sorry, which is an Arabic word which means crusader. People forget how multifaceted some of us are, but it is what the hell it is. And some people just are not worldly. I mean, ABM. Do you
Yo,
remember when your parents? Remember when your folks used to tell you it's important to learn about other cultures and be worldly instead of being this willfully ignorant about the outside world?
yeah,
I mean, do you remember growing up watching National Geographic and such?
yeah. I used to watch it all the time.
Hmm? Some of the best documentaries that they had. I remember watching. Now I grew up back home in Eritrea, and every Saturday on State Run TV, you always had like late afternoon, early evening. They were showing like National Geographic documentaries, and we were like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." Like they would have one on science, some on nature, geology, or something like that, talking about raising awareness about a certain issue like climate change or whatnot, going back to the early 90s. Now you look at a lot of people, especially white folks, when they go to other places, they just act, they're just willfully ignorant about the history of some of these places and not understand these things. But us, but black folks, and I see this even with fellow Africans, because some of them just have misconceptions about the outside world and don't even bother to do the research. Yo, Andrew, are you there, man? Andrew, pick up the phone, man.
What happened to Charles?
Yeah, he said he had to switch devices. He'll be back. I can't hold this conversation by myself, man. Help me out. Somebody help me. Help me, please. ABM,
You
what you doing? What you doing right now?
working?
Working with uh I guess we're gonna have to
Dog.
rewrite the we're good.
Hey,
Yeah,
how
go ahead.
close are we to World War III, man? Or did it already start?
It already started.
Hmm. I don't know. Can we say I don't know because first of all, the other side is not as strong as we think they are, you know? Because remember, the millennials on that side are no different than the millennials here. The Gen Zs on that side are no different than the Gen Zs here. Now they
Y'all
might
trying to get
be
Charles in trouble.
say what?
So y'all trying to get Charles in trouble talking about that kind of shit.
No.
Charles retired,
Oh, by
ain't
the way, yeah, not well, somewhat. But here's the thing. Oh, by the way, ABM, I just wanted to say something for you. Since you're working hard right now, I think somebody needs to take that Donna Summer song from back in 82, 83, and rework the lyrics. You know what I'm saying? Because we're now in the soft guy era. So we gotta tell those ladies, your man be working hard for that money, so you better treat that brother right. Oh, don't sit there and act like you don't know who Donna Summers is.
he? I know exactly who Donna Summers' fine ass is. If I was
I
working
always
hard, I
want to,
wouldn't be on the phone.
or we could just play that old Michael joint, working day and night, because y'all be off the wall on that one.
I know I'm hungry. I need some breakfast.
Shit, I was eating. I was eating myself. That's why I was quiet.
Everybody need that work. Everybody need that a hungry man in breakfast right now. Somebody got to go to a IHOP, maybe a Denny's or chicken and waffle place or something like that.
Oh, I've been thinking that lately too. Like I need to go to IHOP, man. I had a bad experience when I went to Philly last summer, and I went to an IHOP before I got on the road coming back home. Man, it just wasn't doing it for me like IHOP usually do.
What do you mean? Was something sit well with you,
It
or something
just
you ate
it
didn't
just
sit
was
well?
it just wasn't delicious. Like usually I enjoy the food when I eat at IHOP. But this shit
Uh-huh.
and that I went to this IHOP in Philly last summer and I was like, ugh, this is bullshit.
Yeah, didn't hit the spot,
No, it didn't. Like usually IHOP will hit the spot. Then I'd
huh?
specifically ask for hot coffee. I was like, yo, make sure that coffee hot. And of course it comes back Luke fucking warm. I'm like, what the fuck? Like what she did it on purpose?
Was
What
it?
you
Wait a minute. Who
what you
was the
do?
waitress? A black woman?
What you do? Trucking
Yeah,
angry.
some young black girl.
What you do? Trucking
Oh, okay.
angry black man. You do trucking.
Nah, I'm actually an electrician.
Okay, okay. Because I hear that from a lot of trucking and military brothers, man. When it comes to certain food places, certain places hit like George Foreman, and then lately I noticed a lot of food places have been slipping, and it was funny because a chick
Hmm.
was telling me, why do you always want men to cook? I mean, women to cook because it's a labor of love. You want a man to provide? Same thing for us cooking. Same thing for y'all cooking.
Hmm.
You know you what used to be good, but I hate it now? What's that
What?
shit? Fridays.
TGIF?
Yeah.
TGIS? Oh, all right. Okay.
I fucking hate that place now.
Any reason in particular?
The food is terrible. It used to be the shit.
Hmm. What
I used
about the
to love that
service?
place. Like the service. Listen, I haven't been there in so long. I can't even honestly tell you about the service. What I can tell you is the last 2 times I ate from there, the food was fucking terrible. And I'm like, no, I'm just never doing it again.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You ain't happy with if shit ain't working, shit ain't working.
I
I
usually
mean,
don't like. I'm at a point in my life. I don't eat at places that has commercials.
yeah. Me, I had to give it all up, because I got like my dietary restrictions and shit. There's things I just can't eat no more because I got something called celiac disease. So, I can't eat anything with gluten in it.
Don't feel
Yeah.
bad. Certain shit I can't eat anymore because it's just called getting older.
Yeah. Oh man, certain spicy things you can't eat spicy like you used to, man.
I
Because,
used to eat them.
next
Oh, my fault.
go
Go ahead,
ahead.
name. Now I was going to
I
say I
remember
used to eat a lot of ice cream, but like Charles said, you get
well,
older now. I get major gas now when I eat ice cream.
You'll either get
shit.
gas or you be running to that bathroom like you got the speed force. I, I want to get
Me,
if I want to
I
get
remember because I'm going
if
to say.
I want to get rid of bloat, man, I'll eat something with some dairy in it. It'll come right out in about 30 minutes.
Oh man, I had to give up dairy. I had to switch.
Have
In
you
fact, I
switched?
remember.
Have you switched your milks?
Oh no, I don't really drink a lot of milk. So that's a blessing. Oh my god. Well, then again, ice cream has a diuretic in it anyway, in case if it goes
Yeah.
spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
One of my wrestling coaches was a science teacher. He taught me that years ago. Like it has a diuretic in it anyway. So it's not just lactose intolerant. They put a diuretic in it because milk, ice cream is frozen for long periods of time, so you never know when
Mm-hmm.
it truly goes bad.
Okay.
And almond
Mm-hmm.
milk is kind of hazy because my son has, even though he says he can eat certain nuts now, and I said, boy, if we got to rush your ass to the hospital, he's been doing well eating certain nuts. So I guess he grew out of his allergy when he was born.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, if you ever go into shock and we gotta fucking rush you to the emergency room, I swear to God, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you once I know you okay.
You ever thought maybe to switch to instead of like almond milk, switch to like either rice or coconut milk? That's a better alternative for him.
And
I was drinking rice milk for a while, and that's pretty cool. But I'm also drinking almond now. I mean, I tried soy for a while, but that like kind of messed me up. That fucked with me all kinds of ways. I
yeah,
mean,
I think 80% of black people on Earth are lactose intolerant. So
hmm
there you go.
I
And
mean, I can't drink cow's milk. I mean, I tried camel's milk a while. That was all right, but
yeah,
also there's speaking of since we're talking about milk, here's something interesting. And this has a lot to do with condoms. Um, Vegans always insist on using non-latex condoms. Why? Because latex condoms have a milk protein called casein in them. So anytime a vegan wants, so that's why they have to find like certain types of condoms that are either non-latex or vegan friendly.
well, we always knew that
Mhm.
we always knew that you love the type of milk that have a hump in their back, don't you?
Yeah, that too. I mean, there's a brand of condoms I have in my bathroom cabinet, and they're flavored ones. And I looked in the ingredients and found out there's no casein in them because on the label it said vegan friendly. Hell, I
Um,
mean, but lactose intolerance. I mean, you can't eat cheese. I've had to find like non-dairy alternatives for that.
it's kind
But
of hard to eat cheese, man. Cheese is really addictive. My man,
oh, it will leave you constipated. So either it's going to give you the runs or you're going to be clogged up.
my man said he likes the milk that got a hump in his back. So you like big butt women, huh?
I do the almond milk now. Yeah, I'm almond milk. My biggest vice is that they got that dark chocolate almond milk. I'm like, oh,
You are
oh,
true.
they got me. They
You
got
are
me good with that. Hmm?
you are true, men like big women with big butts.
Not really, because naturally the women are slim, but depends on the tribe, because like most women are just naturally slim and slender because region we live in. But some they get heavier as they get older. If she's got a cute butt or things, like some chicks, they got that nice ass, but it doesn't have to be huge and ridiculous. It's just more like she's built a certain way, built like a runner, or she's built like, like, or she got the hips or something like that. But it depends on the people. Me, I don't need you to be big, but if you like thick or something like that, got some meat on your bones, you're good. But like I said, like you look at Ethiopian women, Eritrean women, Sudanese women, Somali women, they're just like naturally slender. I'm sure Andre can confirm. Andre, Andre, put down the weed, man. Put down the weed. Wake up, man. Stephen A. Smith is telling you, stay off the weed. Like Shikari. But one thing I can tell you is like, you guys can't eat. How you guys with spicy? You guys like hot sauce and shit like that?
Nah, I was never big on putting hot sauce on every damn thing.
Man, I love that spice. Sometimes I gotta be easy with that because one of it, because sometimes if I eat a little too much, what happens is, let me just say, it's either gonna be the Trans Disco Inferno or the Ohio Players Fire.
Mm-hmm. Liberians like their shit spicy.
Liberians, especially places where it's like especially certain places where it's hot and humid. Liberians, a lot of West Africans, they love all that spice, because it's like Liberians love that spice. Sudanese, they don't like spice that much. Ethiopians, Eritreans, depends on the tribe. Most of the Highlanders, we love that spice. Have you ever seen an Ethiopian just bite into a green pepper and it was nothing?
No.
You should see that because there's like the tradition, for like my tribe, there was something called shiro. When we eat that, it's more mild, but just to spice it up, they either put powdered. They either put like chili powder in there, or what they do is they'll just eat a green pepper with while they're eating that. And,
Green
I
pepper.
see my father. Yeah, green pepper. Instead of a chili pepper, a green pepper. And they eat it raw.
Well, I mean, at least over here, green
So it's
pepper is like
bite into it.
it's not spicy.
No, that is gross, dude. A raw green pepper? Come on, man.
Yeah,
Clean it. It's washed. They wash it first, and then they just bite into it.
it's
Yeah,
not
but still, it
spicy.
don't even taste like anything. It's just gross.
Uh,
That shit is supposed to get diced up and put into something delicious.
they'll dice it up sometimes, but sometimes they just like bite into it raw while they eat something with it. It's mostly just like to add a little flavor.
That's what a gorilla would do. A gorilla would bite into a fucking pepper. Come on, man.
You call my people gorillas?
Hey, man.
My people, just fuck with you. But I don't blame you. I'm not saying like a bell pepper. I'm like one of the long, skinny ones. That's the type we grow.
So do you mean like a
And
jalapeno or something? Because
huh? Say
do you
what?
mean like do you mean like a jalapeno or something?
That's
Because you
kind
said
of funny because out of more likes his bananas long and skinny. Well, then,
Pause.
but then again, he likes the thick ones too.
Pause.
Hey, y'all want like when I said this about the whole thing about we were talking about when you see a person he's black and whatnot, all you're gonna notice is he's black. Now I got vitiligo, and this happened to me like the month I turned 40. I had to get get new IDs and everything, and I had to change my passports because of my vitiligo. And when I had to get the ID, that worked out all right. I had to get this new national ID, so I don't always have to carry my passport with me. But when I had to change my passport because my face and everything, try explaining vitiligo to an older white woman at the passport control office. And you're doing you're there just to do your biometrics and everything, and she's looking at you like, "What's wrong with this passport? It's still valid." I said, "Do you see the face on that? Now look at my face. Do you see anything different?" No. I'm like, that face is fully black. You look at this face right now, it's like 73, 72% black. And it looked like somebody just slapped the black off.
That's why you have to get rude with them and just say, "Look, do your fucking job."
That doesn't work in Norway. That doesn't work in Norway. You have to. There's a level of politeness, and plus the place where you have to go to get your passports and IDs are at is in the police station. You got to go to the county police precinct for that one.
See, that's the problem. They not used to black people over there.
Mm-hmm. I remember, yeah, but that's not the only thing, because the county police precinct I had to go to for that. Across the street is where you also got to go. Is across the street from that is the the county tax office. Because once you get because that's where you have to go to get your social security number and such. And they were a lot more, they were a lot more cordial over there. But when I went to the police station to get my ID, the person there who helped me out with the biometrics, really nice person. But when I had to do my passport, it was an older woman who didn't understand vitiligo. We didn't argue. I said I had to explain to her accordingly. She said, all right, here you go. And there was no fuss or no fuss about it. Got it done easily. Not a lot of black folks, because I remember when I was in there waiting in line, I was the only black person. The only non-whites I saw in there were was an Arab family.
Oh man,
I think they were Yemeni.
Don't say nothing about whites, because we got the guy who swallow anything with a little white gulpy, thicky taste to it. Art of Itmore, everybody, Art of Itmore.
Pause.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the battle begin between the odd couple.
And fuck this nigga. He's the one who's invented the word pause. Because he had to stop because he was too much fucking going down his throat.
Well, nigga, we all know that we saw the video of you being in those Diddy parties.
Nigga, you the one in the Diddy party saying don't stop.
Nigga, you the only one who don't say no Diddy. You said more Diddy. They call you the original Diddy bopper, huh?
You're the one in the party going pointing to your mouth like, come on, more.
Guess
more.
What? Shit. The only reason you're not invited to more Diddy parties because they said you don't even fight anymore.
When Snoop Dogg said that boy don't miss, he was talking about you.
Well, we know you don't miss because you catch it all. Like Pokemon. Shit. That motherfucker like Pokeball. He like Ash Ketchum. That's why they call you Ketchum. You gotta catch them all, Pokemon.
What up, everybody?
What's up, buddy?
What up?
Not much.
I never could understand Pokemon, honestly. I mean, then again, I had a little brother who was big on Digimon.
Pocket monsters, and basically, it was a combination of pocket monsters and a serious case of child neglect.
That was the real name for it. It was pocket monsters. It was monster you keep in your pocket. That's it.
Oh, that's what she.
I mean, it's that. There's Yu-Gi-Oh. You also have Digimon. I remember my little brother was introducing me to Digimon and everything. I said, all right, let's check this out. And watching with him, and he was like, big on that because
if he met a nice girl, she likes pocket monsters. So hey, it is what it is to her.
I bet her favorite Pokemon was called Pocket Rocket.
Hey,
it was called whatever your name was.
There's some of them that just didn't give a damn, man. They said gotta catch them all. I'll tell you one thing, man. It's sad because when my son becomes an adult, he's gonna have to do a fucking internet sweep of all these bitches he dates. Like, son, I'm gonna give you advice. You can do anything you put your mind to it. Don't trust Whitey, and check the internet to make sure that bitch don't got an OnlyFans.
And don't forget to wrap your shit up.
Wrap your shit up like King Tut.
Wait, what brand? What's your brand? Charles, when it comes to wrapping your shit up, what's your brand? What's your go-to?
You gotta go. You gotta go like the motherfuckers who brought in a horse, Trojan. Shit, because you bringing in a horse. It's one of the nicest compliments a chick could tell you is when the condom don't fit. You got to go to this brand. It's kind of scary because one, how do you know? And two, thank you.
Nigga, I remember a situation like that. I mentioned this story probably to y'all before up here in Norway. Because I was insistent on using condoms because growing up in Africa and especially in the mid to late 90s into the 2000s, there was this huge explosion of HIV/AIDS cases and such, right? So you don't want to fuck around and shit. So I was like, yo, I insist on using protection. So she had a box. She had a couple brands, local brands, right? And it was ridiculous. It turned into a comedy skit. The way she was trying to fit it on me and everything. It was like trying to shoe in a size 9 foot into a size 7 shoe. It was just all kinds of wrong. It was all kinds of wrong. It hurt. So it was like, all right, we're gonna have to try something. So we go online to look for it, and I already knew what Durex was. I just didn't know where to find Durex at the time. So she goes to Oslo. Because she was supposed to meet up with some friends, and she told me the story what happened. She goes to an adult store. There's a certain chain. She talks to the saleswoman and explains her situation. Listen, me and my partner are trying to, get on, but unfortunately he insists on using a condom, and none of the condoms we got fit. She asked him what brands were they. Said this, that, and a third. I'm pretty sure she looked at this woman and said, "Is this a black guy you're with?"
Listen, all you got to do is just don't go to Lifestyles. Lifestyles suck. Trojan is the midpoint as far as I was concerned.
Well, my brand to go is Durex, actually. And, they cater to somebody my size, especially those of us on the thick end. But there's this company called Skin. They have non-latex condoms and everything. But the only thing that works for me is something called Skin Large.
Does any man on earth ever admit that he's on a small end? Jesus Christ! That's the one thing niggas are always giving space to lie. My shit like a telephone bill. My shit go over here.
Yeah, I know. I use maximums. Nah, nigga, no, you don't. Most chicks that I've dealt with just used to get Lifestyles, and that's how I know it's okay. You just after just 5.
You know what? Lifestyles are official dick chokers of America. I swear. If you fit a lifestyle, just you need
a rider at your local bodega.
I swear to God, man, if you use the motherfucking small Asian fucking man condoms, I swear to God. I swear to God,
they break on you, bro.
Not only break, they can't fit. God
they
damn,
hurt.
Motherfucker, having your dick in the sharpshooter or some shit.
Damn, why is it tight? Man.
God damn,
it hurt. I remember
circulation cut off on that motherfucker. That motherfucker, you put on the Lifestyles. If you're a black man, put on the Lifestyles. It's like this.
Ow, Rugged Ronnie Garvin. With the sharpshooter right there.
And by the way, he used the sharpshooter before Bret Hart.
Is that Barry Hartwich he's got the sharpshooter on?
The only thing is if you lose a condom inside a chick, it's too big.
Yeah. It's either too big or you just nutted that much.
that too.
That too.
I never had a condom that was too big, but I just nutted that much.
I've had one that was too small and it hurt, and when she
I
put it
was
on,
like
it hurt
this.
like
I'm not gonna
hell.
lie, that shit was like a running faucet water. Oh, girl, goddamn. When you just nut that much and you pull out and your dick just goes fuck it. I swear to God. I mean,
Ah.
everybody went through that moment. Your dick just says fuck it, and you just let load the fucking tide. Like you, like God. Thank God you invented condoms because I would have got this. I would have gave this bitch quadruplets with that amount of nut. God damn.
Just don't do the Lexington Steel, you know. Oh
You know,
God!
like you about to have.
Ah!
Sound like you about to have the quakening from Highlander and shit. Lightning come out of shit. Like there could be only one.
There can be only one.
There have been times where you bust so hard you lose all. You
Man,
ever
you ever
busted
bust
so
so
hard you start farting like crazy? That was
you
like
ever
one of the
bust so
Nah.
funniest shit
hard
that
that
happened.
you ever bust so hard that you can't even crawl. Like
Nah,
I remember
nah.
I had to tell a
The,
chick, go give me water. Go give me water. I
nah,
can't breathe.
the thing is that you ain't fucking unless you have a cramp.
Oh no, that's the worst thing ever
Oh,
to catch a
You ain't
a
cramp.
fucking the
cramp
shit
in your
unless you have
leg.
like, oh shit. Like, what's wrong? I got a cramp. I got a cramp.
Wait,
Let me rub it out. Let me rub it out.
That cramp hit you like this. Bow out of nowhere. Oh God. God damn.
how
If you
about
ain't
back
had,
spasms? Who's had back spasms in the middle of fucking? You're like,
nah, that's cramps. Cramps in that damn hamstring. Not the hamstring, but what's the back of leg muscle on Charles?
the calf,
The hamstring.
the
That's the
hamstring.
hamstring.
Oh, yeah, hamstring. Oh, you when you get or like you get Charlie horse when you get that Charlie horse.
Yeah, the Charlie horse or
Man,
the
you get
hamstring.
a Charlie horse while fucking, especially in some good pussy. You don't want to leave the pussy, but you can't
It's
move.
like, ooh, ooh.
you you want to cry and smile at the same time.
What's wrong? It's like, oh, I need to rub it out, baby, rub it out, rub it out, rub it out.
Bitch hit you
Ooh,
like this.
ooh.
Ooh, goddamn.
It
I
was,
remember
it,
one
it
time.
was so good. I got a cramp. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And then when you nut, it's like this.
Damn.
Damn, damn,
Damn,
damn.
damn.
Oh.
Oh, trust me, everybody had a nut that hit you this hard.
Oh.
I remember it was I remember it was this one time, right? And I'm telling on myself real hard. When I nutted so hard, and then she wanted to be a champ of swallow this shit. She almost drowned. When you ain't beat your shit like
Look like some kind of ghetto gaggers.
you ain't even touch your dick for 3 weeks except the piss. And man, she but everybody felt it when you got a good head case and she give me sucking your dick. Every man's been through this.
Me,
Move,
I
bitch.
remember.
I'm
I
sitting there.
remember what happened to me was like, I was involved with this woman for like a few months. And I've been hitting it, so I've been, giving him the business, everything, right? But the thing was, I remember noticing my abs were just like poking out like a motherfucker. Because it be doing the sit-ups and shit and everything. Just hitting that spot. And people were like, yo, man, what workout are you to use? I said, fucking like crazy. But, so I was like, yeah, I energized a bunch of shit. This is what it is. But here's one thing I remember.
I'll tell you one thing as a cop.
Okay.
The best and the worst thing you could do is get a good nut off.
Oh, well, that's a double-edged sword.
Oh man, shit, you got the full edge. I mean, well, man, I remember busting a nut so viciously. I wanted to work, right? And this was the afternoon shift. They thought they had to drug test me, and I had to tell my sergeant, like, why are you so drained and tired? You look drunk. High. I said, it's not drugs. What happened? I don't think you want to know. Like,
Come on, Black Dynamite, what happened?
And he actually said it like that too. He like, what happened? Shorty came over. And
oh shit. She
was like,
wore you out, huh?
he was laughing his ass off. And he was like, all right, just take 30 minutes to yourself. I might need an hour. I said, sorry, give me a favor. He's like, what's that? Can you give me 2 Gatorade? He actually got me them damn Gatorades.
You were dehydrated. You need that thirst question.
I was like, oh my God. He was like, damn, she was that good? I said, fuck my soul. I said, she told me, you give your soul to God, but your ass belong to me. Shit. God damn. Now, if you get one of them girls after work, that's a different story.
But before work?
You got frustration to take out. Oh my God, man, that shit was so sad because I came in there. People thought I was on drugs or something. Well, I took some NyQuil. I said it ain't NyQuil. It's the other.
Somebody should have looked at you and said, "Okay, who was she? And was it that damn good?" Because I know some lipstick on the collar, fool.
Oh, no,
lipstick.
Nah, there's lipstick on the collar of his dick.
Or you know, it's like some hair strands that's not hit, some hair strands, some long black hair strands.
That's forensic work, bro. That is forensic. That's
what another woman would check out.
Yeah,
it was so funny, right? Because me and she will not be named, and we started from the bed all the way to our living room, and took a minute to get some fluids. Started back up, took another break. And
wait a minute, you mean this was like something out of that Drew Hill song? Are you a real freak?
I'm gonna tell you what it was, man. We were like,
damn. Are you a real freak? Is it gonna be on the floor, on the sofa, on the wall, up against the door, on the vanity?
It's gonna be everywhere when you get your own place.
Shit. I remember when I got my own place. I remember Shorty would come. Chick I was involved with. She'd like come over like every other weekend. If I wasn't coming over to their place, spend the whole weekend and shit. That was wild. It was young.
All right, God damn it.
I remember that. You know, you hitting it right when the girl wants you to use one specific condom.
oh no, you know you're hitting it right when she's trying to pull that bitch off.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, not in my case. Because the one I was involved with, she never wanted to have kids and everything. Which is, more reason for me to wrap it up.
Nah, when she says that, yo, take it off. That's when you know you're hitting it right.
That's when you know you're hitting it right.
Naima, when she pulls it off, when she's trying to pull that shit off, I will tell you this one. I messed with a lot of chicks who had girlfriends, serious girlfriends they live with. She had that shit. And her girlfriend called her, was calling her phone, blowing that bitch up like, God damn. I was like, you want to get that? She like, fuck that bitch.
Who remembers that one scene from Baby Boy where Taraji P. Henson's always talking to one of her girlfriends and the boyfriend was yelling at her saying, I'm tired of you always picking on, talking on the phone and shit. And then like later in the movie, she's calling her friend, right? And talking to her, just going off, and she's like, you listen to me? And she's like, I'm gonna have to call you back.
I try not to remember that ratchet ass movie.
At least you know. At least you don't have to
my
worry
mom
about
watched that movie. My dad was pissed at my mom that she watched that movie.
Which movie was
why?
Baby Boy.
Why?
Because my dad was a preacher's son, and he was like, "Nah, you ain't watching that fucking movie."
Oh, Dad was a preacher. I didn't know that.
My grandfather was a priest. He built his own church.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's like it was just too much for me. Like I just couldn't.
Yeah, my dad was like, "Nah, that's not the woman I married. Why do you think you watch this movie?"
Funny as hell though. Hey, at least you don't have to walk into. You have to help. At least you do not have to enter your own kitchen and find Ving Rhames cooking butt naked, going like, "You want some pancakes? What's up,
Yeah, that was a one
It's
movie.
so much that made me mad about that movie.
What? What made you mad about it?
Well, for starters, Jody. Like, nigga, what is your problem?
Tyrese Gibson.
Why you mad your mother getting some sex, bro? Like, what is your issue?
and he was a perpetual fuck up.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why you in your mother's business?
Because he was his mother's man. That's why.
I don't like this nigga, man. He fucking my mom's. Like, nigga, you a grown man, bro.
Because that's the gnocracy.
Move the fuck out.
Who are you?
He was the son husband.
Dog, at that point, yo, once you see homeboy come in and he ass naked in the kitchen like that, dog, you might as well just start looking for something, man. Like, seriously.
Nah, but
You have to get the fuck out of here.
But that's the thing. Well, that's the thing with the gnocracy. The woman teaches the man that this is his home, her son, because she looks at the man as, "I'm gonna make you my husband." But once you find someone else, he's father now, so he has no identity.
Oh, he was pissing me off in that shit, man. I'm like, dog, your baby mother got a whole ass apartment. You drive her car daily, nigga. Like, yo, just move in with the bitch. What is the movie about? Why am I watching 2 hours of this?
It was a Pookie movie. That's all it was. It was
shit crazy.
It was made for women. It's not made for men. That was basically that's how every female looked at a fucking. That was their hood princess story.
Yeah.
And then it started off crazy because like they coming from the abortion clinic and shit. She all sad, and this nigga like, "You want me to get you some taco?" What the fuck? What did he say? He took her to the food spot or some shit. Like this nigga, wow.
Yeah, I mean, she might want to eat. She just got empty. So
this bitch just deleted a kid. This nigga like, you want something to eat?
Yeah,
like this shit is crazy.
You know why? Because she just got empty. She lost a couple of pounds. You know, let me get you right.
That movie was wild as shit.
And then it was like, how do you keep having babies by this nigga who has babies by everybody else?
I remember that one scene when the other chick came to pick up her kid and shit from Jody. And Taraji was looking, and they look at each other, and they were like showing the chats and everything.
Story about the cramp.
Bro, like when you say that's a Pookie movie, like that, no bullshit.
Pookie,
oh my god, that was a super Pookie movie. Like all the Pookies in the world unites.
Like you remember Omar Gooding in this? I mean, what about Snoop in that and Eastsiders? That was just messed up how they were all.
Dog, every nigga in that movie was fucked up.
They weren't going to. If they didn't just come, they were going.
Yo,
that was like a hood princess movie. And then now, all summer long, you're gonna hear Glorilla, yeah, Glow as the fucking hood princess fucking anthem.
I'm just gonna tell you, Snoop is the reason why I can't wear no white beaters. I rock a sleeveless tee, but I ain't fucking no white beater or anything like that.
Well,
fuck that shit.
You don't want to look like you. You'll look like the dude. What's the dude who played Batman and Batman Begins? Christian Bale.
Nah.
You don't want to look like Christian Bale before that movie.
look more like I probably look more like Jimmy Walker back in the day with no shirt
Dog,
on.
he
That's
look
what I
like
got.
Dynamite.
that shit was crazy.
Shit. Some
Nigga
things
kicked the
are
little
not meant to be seen.
little baby fort. Little baby made a fort and that nigga kicked it.
It was a hood movie.
How
That's
the
all it
fuck
was.
did he end up in the fucking crib? Yo, I still don't even understand that how that happened. That nigga just showed up and moved in.
It's
The
called,
fuck?
You
it's
want some
called
eggs?
movie. It's called
Me,
movie magic, mom nigga.
me and your mama got something special. So you telling me your mama mad
Me
with
and
your dad?
Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones.
No, I'm talking about Snoop. Remember Snoop? Snoop was in Shorty
He
crib.
should.
He
Yeah,
got
he
out of
shows
jail.
up out of nowhere.
He
He
got
just
out of
shows up
jail.
out the blue. He
That
got
nigga
out and
got out
showed
of
up.
jail and rung the doorbell and just walked right on in that bitch and was like, "Yeah, I live here."
Yeah. He claimed ownership. That's my bitch.
Man, nigga, I'd have called the cops on this fucking convict so quick. Like, nigga,
How
the fuck?
how you can't call? How can you call the cops on somebody who was let in? That's the first thing you should
Easy,
understand.
easy. Hey, this nigga hit me. You know the drill.
Nah,
That's
that's the
all a
thing.
woman gotta say.
That's the thing. She let him in. That's the
Mhm.
thing. I have an issue with that movie. Jody should never messed with her.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, how the fuck, yo, that movie was crazy. Like, I'm telling you, that movie really was making me mad. Like,
It's
bitch,
called,
what you mean you can't get this
But
nigga out your house? What the fuck?
that's the thing. That's the female fantasy. You should be man enough to get him out of this house. That's the female fantasy. It should be just off
That
you
shit
being a
was
man.
crazy. Didn't the
It's
nigga
like
damn near raped her?
it's like
What you
nah.
gonna
It's
do? You
like
gonna rape me for my child?
So what?
Because you're
So
like, you're gonna
why
have
did
my
you
baby.
open the door for the nigga then? Like, that's what I didn't get. Like, so you let him in to not fuck him?
yeah.
Like, that bitch was pissing me off in that movie, yo. I hated Taraji after that movie.
I think that was one
You
of her
hated
first
it then? I
roles.
never liked it from the get go. What are you talking about?
Dog,
That
it
was one
took
of her
me a
first roles.
while. It took me a while to stop hating her.
When did you stop hating
oh,
her?
I stopped hating Taraji somewhere around what's that movie when she her and Alicia Keys
So you can't
they,
even remember. That's how
was the
you know.
killers. It was like, what's the name of that movie? Ace of Spades or some shit.
Ace of Spades and shit. Like, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Smoking
it took
Yeah,
a few years. It took a few years for me
I
not to
think you're
hate
talking
Taraji,
about.
yo. I
I
hated
think you're,
Taraji after Baby
Tara-
Boy, bro.
I'll
I
be
think you're
honest with
talking
you.
about smoking aces.
I'll be honest with you.
Where
Smoking Aces, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Taraji's always been a B actress. I don't care what black women say. She's never been an A class actress to get all that fucking money.
No, she's not a fucking A-lister. No,
The
I agree.
math
She's
was
not.
never mathing. The
She's
math
never
was
done
never
no
mathing.
A. She's never had an A role in her fucking career.
No, she is.
What fucking A role has she had? What A movie has she ever done?
The apex of her career is that Hidden Numbers movie, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That is the apex of her career.
That's like the golden fucking.
But look, see, Cuba Gooding
Well,
Jr. touched on this years ago when he talked about those type of movies. He said niggas always take them type of movies because that's the type of roles you try to play to like get a fucking Academy Award. But those movies don't make money.
well,
Nope.
the other role that she had was in like Empire, but I couldn't watch Empire because they had all that rape
That's
shit going
that,
on.
but let's see. That's the thing. It really only appealed to black women. Though
Yeah,
that
I,
role only appealed
that
that
rainbow
role
shit. I was like, I couldn't watch it.
what's the
I
other
didn't watch one fucking minute
Insecure.
of Empire. I haven't watched 1 minute of that shit.
I've seen a couple scenes, but that's about it.
It's that role, it's that that show, and what was the other show with the other chick, the other black chick that was with a white dude, the white dude that was president.
You're talking about
Scandal.
Scandal. Those are the only two
Kerry
things
Washington.
that Kerry Washington. Those are the only two things that black women were watching. And I'll be honest with you, when I was with my ex at that time, that's all that she would watch. That's
Yeah,
all
I,
scandal in that. And I just looked at it
yeah,
and was like, why are you watching this shit? This shit is garbage.
I'm,
yeah. I was watching Empire with my ex, but
you
just
know,
like
Father,
this rainbow shit, like I ain't
I
fucking with
couldn't
it.
do
I'm
it.
good.
I was playing KOF 13. Fuck it.
Father, forgive me because I'm about to make a confession because
Go
You
ahead.
simp? What was that?
I've sinned.
Oh, I thought you said you simp. Okay.
Mm-mm.
No, he's about to do the Jimmy Swagger here. Give him a minute.
I have sinned, but I used to live with one of my exes, right, for years, and what got on my immortal nerves, coming home from work as a cop, you come upstairs, tired as a motherfucker, right? And guess what this bitch has on TV?
What?
Investigation Discovery. I'm like, bitch, can you put on Looney Tunes, Cartoon Network, something else?
Oh,
SVU or something like shit like that, right?
Put on
SVU was
Investigation
Law and
Discovery.
Order, but I get your point.
I don't want to watch anything with the criminal justice system after being a cop in Baltimore for 8 hours. And at the time, sometimes 10 hours.
That's why you need your own room when you have your own geek shit. You just look at it.
Well,
We're not together,
to be
nigga.
fair, bitches like that shit.
Sometimes you just need your own house again. Like, God,
Oh,
Well, that
damn.
too. Well, you
Like
lived
that.
with her, so that was one of my things. I told my girls, like, yo, when I was living with her, I was like, yo, I need my own room where I can have my own geek shit because me and you are not gonna look at the same shit.
You know what?
Yeah.
What was so funny?
Hmm.
I'm not gonna lie to you because when my fucking PS3, it took years for that shit to get on kaputs. Why the fuck? This
What
bitch,
happened to it?
why the fuck she get it fixed, right? She paid for it to get it
Uh-huh.
fixed. Netflix came
Okay.
out. I was a happy nigga. Man,
Oh,
I watched 3 to 4 episodes a night of Kenichi, the greatest disciple, the
Oh
mightiest.
hell
uh-huh.
yeah,
And I was in heaven. She was like, I'm going to sleep. Thank you, God. I was,
nigga.
Your
Can't she?
PS3? You
No, on
said PS3. Which
Netflix.
one?
On Netflix, because can't she on the Greatest Disciples on Netflix at one point?
yeah, I watched every fucking episode.
That was a good series.
That was a one. You know why that is one of the greatest anime series of all time to me?
Mhm.
Because it had seasons. I got a vent. High School of the Dead was so fucking
Uh-huh.
good, and only one season, and they have real life. Remember the episode when they got inside the fucking they got inside the apartment, the nurse's apartment, and they found
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
stash of weapons.
Uh
You know what's fucked up? Every weapon they
You
talked
tell.
about, I physically used in the real world.
huh. Yeah, I could believe that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
modified for
All right.
he's like these weapons are illegal. So whoever had these weapons knew what they were doing. Yeah, you damn right.
You damn right. I
Let
wanted
me
to
ask you
see
a
when they
question.
teamed up with that bitch. I'm sorry. I don't know what anybody say. There's two shows. I don't know if I was existed in that universe, I'd have done a good, healthy dose of fucking. High School of the Dead with them big titty bitches, with them fat asses, and Tenchi Boyo. There ain't no fucking. There's a reason why Tenchi was not a black dude, because he'd have fucked all
Mhm.
them bitches.
Hell yeah.
Let
Oh,
me ask y'all a question. I got a question, first of all. Now, you guys, your PS3s, what model was it exactly?
I had to
And
be.
how many gigabytes?
I
I
Huh?
had everything, bro. I had everything.
had. You're
No, no,
talking.
which PS3? Well, no, your PS3 specifically. Which model?
I
What?
had everything. Everything broke, and I rebought it. I had everything.
Okay.
Like
Charles, what was yours?
I'm gonna tell you, yes, that master actually did rival Yujiro in that show. Nobody fuck with the master of that fucking place because he will fuck you up. Well, tell you the truth,
Mhm.
a lot of those masters in that fucking I forget what you call that place. Those masters were like Wu-Tang. They were nothing to fuck with because when they came out to the streets, nobody fucked with them. I had the old piano back, but I modified it to have more gigs. I had so many gigs that I had about, what did it come with? Like 250, 500?
Shit, probably 50.
You mean the super slim one? You got the super slim one, the one with
I had
the sliding cover, the sliding
No.
door and everything.
I had the
No.
big back, the piano, the grand piano, the
Oh, yeah,
baby.
the fat one. Okay.
Yeah, that's
the
what she
fat
I
one.
had.
said.
Yeah, I had. Oh, you got the one with originally, like, was it originally 40 or 60 gigabytes and everything? Those fat
Yeah,
ones. Okay.
I got it modified for 500 gigs. Shit, fuck that.
Okay.
I knew
I mean,
that.
me myself. I mean, all mine is the slim versions because they got to match the owner. They got higher capacity and shit.
Yeah, even with my
So,
PS5 now, I got like 3 gigs on it, 3 terabytes on this bitch.
They
I
got
with
mean,
the
the terabyte.
SSD and shit.
I got the I put the shit in myself and got the one that I forget the cool fucking whatever, so it doesn't overheat.
The cooling
So
vents.
the 3 terabyte. So I'm like this, and to Ray Hama's point, yeah, that guy. I would have loved to see a guy the master of Kenichi and versus Yujiro. That would have been a fight for the ages right there. Now, if Death Battle make that, I'm not okay with that.
One of the joys of having a PS3, I remember, was, and I still have my PS3, was bumping any track I wanted on my Spotify account. This is before I got my PS4 because I was just
The only
because you had all
difference
those
about
streaming
it,
service.
PS3 was so easy to get your fucking PS3 was so easy to get your fucking background on it, man. I had all the slick
Yeah.
fucking background. I don't know what they did with PS4 and 5, man. I had my own modified shit on there. I even had the moving fucking shit for my son's PS4.
What do you mean? The themes and everything? The background themes and
Yeah, the
stuff?
themes. Because you know, PS5 you can't even do themes anymore.
You can't do
Oh, that's a tragedy. Because the static themes, those, you have two types of themes on PS3. You have the static ones and the dynamic ones. The
yeah,
dynamic ones is the ones with all the shit, with all the emotions and
that's
everything
the
going
one I had me on my son's shit because
on.
like it was like, yo, we had the moving shit. Like, matter of fact,
The dynamic themes.
all my shit was like Thundercats shit. So you had like the Eye of Thunder for all my little posts.
All right.
You had you had like the Thundercat symbol out of nowhere. I mean, what's one of the craziest things I said on Kenichi? When this motherfucker went into the ocean and fucked up a shark just for dinner.
Yeah.
I was like, this nigga hunted a great white shark, went in the ocean, the great white shark jumped on his ass, and he comes out there with the fucking tail in his mouth. I was like, yo. Oh, the
He
one
was making
chick, I
shark
forget her
fin soup
name.
that night, huh?
The weapon, they ate the whole thing. I remember they had the one chick who was the weapons expert. She had a wooden spoon cutting through motherfuckers' backs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you watched the movies, Charles?
I just reinstated my Crunchyroll, so I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, they got movies of Kenichi.
I'm gonna tell you one thing you need to watch. That Kanju number 8 is the shit.
That's the anime? I thought it was just a manga.
No, they got the first episode out and it's dubbed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've read the manga. I've got the manga.
That shit is already hard to me. And another one is Windbreaker. The Windbreakers. I don't mind that shit. I don't mind that shit because Windbreakers, even though it's subbed and not dubbed, I don't mind it because imagine a high school delinquents. This is what's gonna angry black man. You still there?
Yeah, I'm
working,
sorry.
but he's still there.
You're gonna get a trip out of this. Imagine students from Lake Clifton who used to be called delinquents. Now they join up to protect the city from other delinquents, and they said, "Fuck this. We're gonna take care of our city and protect it." Now all the students from Lake Clifton beat up all the other students who are delinquents.
Nah, you need to watch on Ninja Kami.
Oh fuck! You think I didn't? nigga, that's a
Hey, I'm just putting it out there, bro.
If that's not voted as anime of the year, I know it's rigged.
Ninja Kami's that shit.
If that's not the anime of the year, I know the shit's rigged. Like you niggas are just biased. Fuck a One Piece. That shit took over. When they talk about who the big three, no, that's the big one. Ninja Kami said, "Fuck the big three. I'm just big meat." Shit. That shit took over. Like that shit is like, if you were an anime fan of the '90s when it was just Scuffin and MacGuffin, that'll take you back.
Mm-hmm. Like, you got your Discord up, Charles?
I'm gonna start it to this. I'm gonna start it today because I'm gonna do like some viewership and some music shit because there's some shit I gotta tell people. And I know you watched X-Men 97 episode 5, Hallowed Be Thy Name, the greatest shit that ever Disney Plus ever produced.
Yeah.
That shit, I watched that shit in my office at work. And my sergeant knew my door was closed and knew I was watching something. I said, LT, with all due respect, I will do anything you want. I just need these 45 minutes. And after watching that episode, I said I might need an extra 15 minutes to get my nerves right. I had to go outside, buy some soda, and pour one out for my boy Gambit.
I know, right?
Like, I mean, he went hard as a motherfucker. But I will say this: the most wholesome scene is when Nightcrawler came out. I was like, when he hugged Rogue, teleported and hugged Gambit and Rogue at the same time. I was like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, that was wholesome as shit. That was wholesome.
Yeah, everybody's talking about episode 5, man. Everybody's talking about episode 5.
That episode 5 was what? Number one, whoever wrote episode 5 need a raise. They need their dick sucked by the baddest of bitches at the same time.
Or niggas, because the guy who did that is gay and he had an OnlyFans who they fired, the main writer.
Guess what? That nigga straight again. He all right with me. You know what? He might be gay, but that's a bitch.
Yeah, there's a petition to hire him back, but you know how Disney is, man. But
you have to. I don't know why they fired him.
It's his fault, though, bro. It's his fault because they doing all, because all the publicity that before it came out about making more non-binary and they're doing all this woke shit in the beginning. There was really nothing really woke about that damn show for what everybody said.
There's nothing woke about it.
It was just the publicity about it, just put everything out there, and it was just like, no, I hate this shit.
And from a realistic standpoint, what is more superpowers?
He can teleport. I mean,
he can change.
He can shapeshift.
He's a shapeshifter.
So, if he considers himself in a non-binary, you kind of understand because you're like, oh, it can change in anything. Okay, that actually would make sense. It does not take away. He doesn't even mention that shit in the show. If anything, he makes some of the crudest jokes. And you love the fucking fact that he's the only person on the team who can give Wolverine shit and Wolverine laughs it and takes it. As a matter of fact, the most popular X-Men of all time has the least screen time, and you're not bothered by it.
I will say this, however. I'm disappointed that Cyclops is still pussy.
Out of those first 2 episodes, good lord, shit, Cyclops was
the shit. Everybody's talking about how Cyclops is the man in this show.
Cyclops,
nah, dog, he's still too Boy Scout.
No,
I was hoping he'd get off that Boy Scout shit.
Oh, you didn't see that last episode, did you? Oh,
I need more than one episode, bro.
No, you ain't see that fucking last episode when he ripped that fucking. Nah, he wasn't pussy in the first 2. he wasn't pussy in the last episode because he told that fucking reporter. He said, "Yeah, I lied. I lied because to make you safer."
And I could tell you have not been reading the comics because he's more in line with Magneto more now than Charles Xavier.
He's more in line because he said I lied. He's like, you ought to thank God that we protect you. God damn. Because
Cyclops was almost a villain at one point, bro.
Yeah,
Cyclops in the comics.
In the comics, Cyclops ran your pockets. Matter of fact, when Wolverine died, you know how he pulled one out for Wolverine's death? The nigga went to a bar and beat up everybody in the bar and then poured himself a drink and said, to Logan.
Yeah.
No, in the comic book, they write him a little more hardcore in the comics. Last few years.
They were trying to get rid of the Boy Scout mentality that they had in the 90s. That's why. And so that's why he was cheating on Jean with Emma Frost and all this other shit that they put into.
Guess what? Emma Frost's a bad bitch, though. You can't blame him.
Well, the motherfucker could take off his fucking glasses and could shoot at her ass because she could turn into a diamond.
Yeah. I mean,
Jean had a fucking use of telepath to try to hold his optic glass back.
Well, you gotta understand something. Shit, if you saw Emma Frost, optic blast wouldn't be the only thing you're shooting from your body parts either. Shit. I mean, but guess what? Emma Frost, well, she married to fucking Tony Stark in the comics now.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing about what was interesting about that whole scenario because everybody loved Jean and nobody didn't like what Scott was doing at that time. And that's why the schism thing was important because it separated the teams.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't love Jean.
Nobody.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the characters like Storm, Beast. They were conflicted about it because they both respected these people, but Scott was doing some shit behind the scenes on Jean. And Jean even said in one panel was like, I respect you not to read your mind, but are you doing something behind my back? And he said no, but he was.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you what was real raw about Cyclops that people don't read the comics. Cyclops had a black ops team led by Wolverine that he sent on missions. X-Force. That was the greatest fucking X-Men stories. And they said anybody who was a threat to mutant kind, he sent X-Force at the ass and you didn't come back. There was no rematches. There was no. They went to kill you.
Yep.
Cyclops was very pragmatic. Okay. That Boy Scout shit was dead along in the 90s. No. That whole Xavier dream, nah. He like Xavier might have been the dream. I'm the reality. That's why I don't mind this Magneto leading the team shit because it shows one, you start to see how powerful Magneto truly is, and when they resurrected him, you really see how powerful this motherfucker is.
I mean, it happened in the comics. I hate when people are talking about like, oh, I hate the simple fact that Rogue is falling in love with Magneto. It's like, motherfucker, it happened in the comics.
You know how many times that happened in the comics?
Yeah, because he was the only one that was able to physically touch her. So, of course, because of Rogue's ability and him being the only one that could actually touch her because of his mutant power, he was able to physically do that. Yeah, she's going to be attracted to the motherfucker because that was the one thing that she always wanted to happen.
Physical touch.
Her physical touch to someone.
I mean, shit. That's why I call him. You don't know what my name is, Rizgard Magnus. Rizgard Magnus. Had the hair coming. Had the good hair. Magneto with the good hair. Shit. She liked the Hebrew hammer, man. Shit.
Hey, he who can touch can get this pussy.
Oh shit. Pussy wet. I mean, shit. If Rogue came up to you, and she came on to you, you wouldn't try. Oh shit, that pussy will kill you. Some just gonna have to take.
Yeah, that whole bullshit about like, oh, they took Rogue's ass away. It's like, listen, if you know anything about animation, you know that this is a different art style than what was from the original cartoon.
It was a different art style.
The original cartoon was made so for 90s folks that drew 90s comics, and 90s comics were kind of very sexual. I'm just being out there. It was kind of very sexual.
Yeah, Rogue was built like a black woman. God damn, she was. I mean,
she had the abs, titties, ass, the legs, whatever. Man, come on.
It's that one scene when she's on the ground with Apocalypse. Apocalypse is coming for that ass.
Everybody points to that scene. It was like, come on, that was the art style at the time.
Well, you got to remember, when you make these type of cartoons, they were for what? Teenage boys. Of course, teenage boys want to see ass and titties.
Even so, the amount of women that still like sexy ass costumes. You know how many fucking women I see with their fucking titties out in anime cons because they like being sexy.
They like being sexy. That's why Art of Vidmore needs to go to BlurryCon. And I mean, your question, Brian, he's one of the most powerful alpha level mutants. He has potential to become an Omega. He's actually beyond Omega level if he actually, but because he got lobotomized by
Sinister.
By Sinister, he saw to another universe where his full potential will be made, and he actually was powerful enough to kill the Phoenix.
So, I mean, look, the whole simple fact of the matter is this: females do like sexy ass costumes on females. That is a fucking fact. I don't care what these feminists tell you online. They do like sexy ass women. Yeah. What they don't like is men overly objectifying these women to the point where it's to them what they feel like is creepy. And that's why there's this big ass fucking push for games and women to be desexualized. I'm sorry. And the amount of women I see that wearing bathing suits, 2 pieces at fucking cons is completely fucking counterculture to what is being said in the fucking media.
Let me put it to you this way, right? When I go to BlurryCon, do you know how many females come up and hug me in a non-sexual manner wearing skimpiest shit that you ever see because you remember me from the last cons? And sometimes you'll look at them because you're so used to looking at it doesn't even bother you. It doesn't even get a wow out of you because it's like, oh, that's such and such.
And a lot of times they're doing this shit because they know they're gonna get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
If you are a man confident, I know this may sound counterculture to damn immoral or red pill, whatever bullshit that's been put around. But listen, at the end of the fucking day, a naked fuck woman is a naked fuck woman. She has a pussy just like any other pussy. Am I really gonna be that excited to see pussy 56 times? No. Am I really gonna be that excited to see some titties 56 times? It's some fucking titties.
It's like a cop and you with a beautiful girl. Either that or whatever. And the problem is this: when you start seeing women after a while, you know, it's like the old Earth, Wind, and Fire. After the love is gone, the excitement's gone. So you just look at them like dudes would be like, "You ain't trying to fucking holler at that." I said, "Oh, such and such. She just extra regular."
Cool. She's just a female or whatever. Why? He's like, oh, I will holler at that. Like, why would you holler at that?
I said, I've seen this every day.
Yeah, it's just like it becomes the norm, and that is what the problem that, you know, and especially in the geek culture, is like you got so many guys thirsting after fucking women. Like, oh, I'm just looking at them, it's like, it's like playing with female gamers. It's like, okay, she's a female gamer. Okay, is she good at the game? That's all I care about. Other guys be like, oh, you a female, you need to be staying in the kitchen. Yeah, but is she good at the game? I don't care if she could make a good ass fucking apple pie. Is she gonna help me do this damn raid or not? That's all I fucking care about.
Yeah, I mean, you look at females in a different light once you start. If you're used to dating beautiful females or related to them, they'll use their drive because like, and it's crazy because once you go to cons, like for example, especially like BlurCon or Amazing Con or some Baltimore Comic Con, you're gonna see these same bitches all the time. Like, for example, every so often, like every week or two, like every week, I probably have a good conversation with cosplay expert. Is she fine than a motherfucker? Yeah, fine than a motherfucker. Little 4'11" ass, fun size. But guess what? You know, we talk about silly shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shout out to her because when I got diagnosed with PTSD and depression, because she's very open about her episodes with bipolarism, and she knows that I was a cop and I had to deal with that for emergency petitions. She gave me some good advice how to get over the shit. So the problem with a lot of guys who are not it more or MGTOW and shit like this is that a lot of guys don't know how to have a conversations with females.
Like I've and a lot of the problem is that it's the females in too because
Yeah, it's the
I've had
females too.
because I try to have friendships with females, and what they always resort to is like, oh, you're gonna be the meal ticket. You're gonna eat. I'm gonna treat you like the guy that's the simp nigga, and then when they get pointed to, it's like, yo, I'm not that simp nigga. Just because I took you somewhere doesn't mean it's for free, bitch. You need to pay me gas money.
Yeah.
I don't do female friends.
Yeah.
And I want to
Very
say something
rarely
back to the
talk to-
female gamers. I gotta call bullshit on that because I'm seeing way too many of these female gamers ass naked while they playing the game and shit.
That is
Making the
not
pumpkin and stuff.
that is not average. That I'm be
That's
honest
not
with
the
you.
average.
That is the female gamers that are trying to exploit money out of you.
Yeah.
The real
Yeah,
female
the
gamers,
bots.
the real female gamers, just like I was playing Call of Duty just a few minutes ago. She was talking with the boys. She was saying the same shit the guys were saying. Racist ass shit. You had talking like, yo, you got a little dick and shit. Those are the true female gamers. It's not those female gamers you see on Twitch, fucking like doing the damn hot tub streams and all that shit. Those are not fucking gamers. Those are not the women that just got the big ass screen of just dimming their titties, and they got a smaller screen of the games. Those are not female gamers. There are women that game, but they don't use their sexuality as the focal point of their stream. They
It's
use their
like
gameplay.
it's
And I
like
will say this too. There are a lot of female gamers that use cheating apps to cheat to make it seem like they're better than they are. Just like there's a lot of guys that do that shit.
yeah. It's like when you look at female gamers for real, or female cosplayers, which are more common. It's funny. I don't know why they want to replace my music.
There's somebody that knows a cosplay.
It's funny because when you got when you got people like cosplay expert, does she use her sexuality to a certain degree? Yes. Very pretty girl, and she knows it. But I'm not going to harass her. You know, I think she appreciates the fact that I don't try to be like picky. Like, yeah, you fine as shit.
Yeah.
I mean, are you the only fine chick I ever seen? Hell no. But when you look at it, yes, it's no different than the Derek Jackson effect. Would Derek Jackson have the traction he has if he didn't look the way he did to females?
Nope. But there's that look in his eye to let you know that something really creepy about it.
Yeah, I mean that's and that brings it full circle. It's like when you got women talking about objectifying women and all that shit, like, man, shut the fuck up.
My thing,
Nobody
my,
makes you
It's
get
okay.
online with your titties out.
my thing is
Like,
this.
let the women who want to do that shit do it and just shut the hell up. Fine, like we get it.
It's like,
My thing is this. If women are doing that and men are paying for it, I don't give a fuck because that's what they want to do.
Yeah,
Why do I give a fuck about what men want to do? Look, there's a reason why prostitution and pornography has been around for so fucking long because men want to pay for it.
yeah,
It is what it fucking is.
yeah.
I mean it's just it's like playing both ends against the middle. On the one hand, you bitch about objectifying women, but yet you feminists, you're the same motherfuckers that redefine whore. Now it's sex worker.
Yeah, that's
We
why
already had a definition for that shit. It's called whore.
that's why feminists don't make sense. And it's
Yeah,
like, for example, like I'm on TikTok on my phone, and I'm looking at Rennie Goddess. She up there in Philly, fine as fuck, fine little skinny, half black, half white chick, biracial, whatever you want to say. And guess what? Will she get the Will she get the traction if she? You could tell she really does like anime. She got the manga. She reads it. She makes funny ass comments about it. But it goes back to the scenario. Would she get the traction if she wasn't an attractive female?
No.
but
That's the scam of the feminists. Because what
that
it is it's a
that's
lot of
on
broads. You just jealous.
And
that's
that's
on
basically what it
that's
is.
on that is really on the. I have to say that's really on the men because if men didn't promote that shit and then
Yeah.
give her money, she would not be successful and she wouldn't do it.
Dog, listen, beautiful women are beautiful women, period. I mean,
And just
that
Halle Berry is a beautiful woman, but guess what? She's a bitch to live with.
Yeah, she is.
but you
I
know
mean,
what?
you
Because
got
she's a beautiful woman, she's gonna get those fucking roles.
And, and so
So
fucking
whose fault is that?
it's men's because we pay for this shit.
Dog, nobody wanted Halle Berry to be fucking Storm in X-Men.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
Because they
Fucking
brought up
Iman. First of all, Iman is probably finer than Halle Berry. Second of all, she's actually African. You could have gave the role to her, and it would have made way more sense.
No.
But what I'm saying to that is why am I mad at Halle Berry? Because she's going to get the role. I mean, dog, that's Hollywood, bro. The beautiful woman is going to trump the ugly woman. That's just what it is. That's nobody's fault.
I'm telling you, as a avid collector of Wizard magazine,
Yeah.
At Wizard magazine, you know who they picked for to be Storm? Did you know who they picked to be Storm?
Halle Berry.
No.
Who did they pick?
Angela Bassett.
Oh, that'd make more sense if she was younger.
I would have liked Angela Bassett over Halle Berry.
But
I would have took Angela Bassett over Halle Berry, honestly.
But the thing about it is, because of when X-Men came out and the time, they chose Halle Berry. Now, when if you look at Halle Berry, she tried to do an African accent in the first X-Men movie. And
it was terrible, and it was god awful.
And because she said she couldn't do it well, that's when she dropped it. And then they had this new chick in what was it, the Apocalypse movie or the X-Men Days of Future Past.
She actually did a good job.
She did a fantastic job at Storm. But no one talks about that because why? Because she's not as sexy as Halle Berry.
She was very
who talks
attractive.
about her? What other film have you known her in?
but she's very attractive though.
She's not ugly by any means. I mean, let's keep it real.
What other film have you known her in?
I don't even know her name.
Exactly.
Halle Berry got the role for name recognition. I'm supposed
what
to.
Other
we
film,
mad?
What other film?
We mad at Halle Berry for that?
What other film did that new actress got who did a very fantastic job, bro, as Storm? Do you know her being in?
I don't even know Shorty name. Exactly. Let alone what movie she been in. I don't even know her goddamn name.
Exactly.
Dog, you telling me that nowhere in the world of actresses could they have not found a brown skinned actual African woman?
They did.
That high yellow red bitch. That bitch was damn near high yellow.
She wasn't high yellow.
Oh, she was brown. She was dark skinned. She was rather.
Who?
And X-Men.
X-Men
Apocalypse.
Days of Future Past.
Days of Future.
I'm sorry. Apocalypse.
Nah, she was still too light for me.
She was not.
She was still too light for me.
She was not dark skinned, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying
Storm is supposed to be fucking brown and fucking African. And sound African and look fucking African. Now you want to give her some white hair and some blue contacts? Okay.
Do you really do know that Africans come in different shapes and colors, right?
But Storm, Storm was the background of Storm. Her parents are African, but she's Americanized.
She's American.
But how does she look?
She looks like a goddess.
In the beginning, all the way up until maybe like the early 2000s, Storm was brown, right?
She was dark.
Because some of the comics they started to lighten her up somewhat, but in the beginning she was brown. Am I right?
No, she was always dark.
She was never lightened up.
She was always dark. And here's the thing: even in the 80s, right? People forget Storm was one of the.
She was the leader of the X-Men at one point.
Yeah, she was actually the leader of X-Men Gold.
Still is, pretty much.
And then you got to remember, Storm was, like I said earlier in the show, Storm was one of the leading causes of punk being cool. Okay? The character Storm had a mohawk in leather fucking shit, the punk rocker. She made the shit look cool. She really helped a lot of fucking people. Don't give Storm the credit. Like Storm made punk rock cool for a lot of black people. Okay, so she came out with that fucking punk rock shit in the 80s. That was the hot, like Wizard Magazine showed some of the best costumes and the worst costumes, alternate costumes for your favorite characters. One of the best costumes of all time is Spider-Man with the black outfit with the white spider. The fucking Superman black suit. The punk rock Storm. What was another good alternate costume?
I'm just trying to figure out where did they lighten Storm up. That's all I want to know.
They never did. Storm was always dark skinned.
Shit.
In the mid 90s, in the 80s, in the 2000s.
I don't remember.
In the early 2000s. There's a lot of fucking Storm comics out there where she was fucking lightened up and people was complaining. I remember that shit.
Where?
They was making her look like I forget who was doing the fucking art, the artwork for Storm in this era. She was looking too damn Asian to me. Like they was splying her eyes and shit and lighting her up a little bit. A lot of people was fucking complaining.
Well, that was the Jim Lee style because of that nice, sharper style.
No, you know what? Not even the Jim Lee style, bro. I was getting comic books from the mid '90s with Joe Madureira when he was drawing that fucking comic, and she was fucking brown skin as all.
I don't know if it was Jim Lee. I don't think it was the Jim Lee era. But there was a time when Storm was a little bit too fucking light. For a lot of people's sakes.
She was never fucking like.
She was. Yeah, she was, bro.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, she was.
As a person who was a fucking artist and as a comic book collector, she was never fucking like.
She was never. She was.
Charles, I'm gonna send you the screenshot on Facebook and show you what I'm talking about.
All right, because it's kind of crazy because by the way, one of them was
and that's why they went with fucking Halle Berry, and I was complaining then, like, dog, you telling me this the best you can do for fucking Storm?
They went to Halle Berry because of name recognition alone.
It was name recognition.
That's bullshit.
That's it. Because if you I'm gonna tell you this as a fucking. I'm gonna tell you this as a fucking artist. There's a lot of there is a lot of fucking white people who don't know how to color black people. They have a certain standard of how they color black people in fucking comics. And I'm gonna tell you that 110%.
It was just to answer the question long ago. It was actually the brown suit on Wolverine, which was one of the best alternate costumes.
I be in a lot of these fucking artists communities and shit, and there's a lot of fucking white people who don't know how to draw fucking black people. They use the same fucking color palette. They never lighten Storm.
Matter of fact,
any other black person.
The one thing I always hated with black people, what white people do with black hairstyles, if there's a fad, they will stick with it. Yeah. Oh my God. For God's sakes, why does every black character got to get the Killmonger faded fucking dreads?
Because that's because they think black people like that shit and they do that shit. And black people are tired of that shit.
You know what? I'm really pissed off at how they
It's a cool design on certain people, not everybody. Thank God they didn't give it to Bishop.
Because you got
but they gave it to Eddie Gordo in Tekken 8.
Yeah,
because
they gave him the Killmonger look.
Because there are a lot of the people who don't know our fucking culture, who don't know our fucking history, that think that we are homogenous. And they put that shit on there, and that's why a lot of people that's why they put a lot of this shit and say, like, yo, we are getting tired of this fucking damn Killmonger hairstyle. Stop this shit. Black people like fades. We do dreads. We have long dreads. We have
shave
bald
hairstyles. We shave
bald.
We have afros. We have a lot of shit. As a matter of fact, this is the reason why you don't see a lot of black characters. Number one, we have the most varied hairstyles out of any race of people on Earth. If you haven't noticed,
I'll give you an example. This is why. Does anybody remember on PS2 or Xbox or GameCube, Def Jam Fight for New York?
Mm-hmm.
You could create your own. When you created your own character, there was like you could go to Essex. There was this one district. I forgot the name of the district. It's on Staten Island in the game. There you could go to like the clothing store, SUS, Jacobs for jewelry, SUS for clothing, Manny's for tattoos, the gym, working out. But you had Stingray's barbershop. There you could do whatever style you wanted. You wanted a certain type of braids, dreads, fades, stubbles, dark Caesar, certain types of facial hairstyles. You could look that way. Nobody was one monolith.
All right, so
you know what?
I'm
gonna say this, and I'm gonna give it to I'm gonna give it back to Art. That's why I fucks with you long ago, because the designs of Batman and Superman in the New 52 were hard as shit. Now go ahead, Art.
No, it's just they whitewashed our Storm Queen. All the new X-Men is light skinned. That nigga, listen, I am 110% gonna be honest with you. I am not going. I will never lie to black men ever. I may lie to white men, but I will never lie to black men. They they have never whitewashed Storm.
Well,
Never.
Hey Charles, I just sent you the screenshot,
I
Charles,
saw it.
They
on
have,
I
they,
Facebook.
saw it,
they have
but
never whitewashed Storm to make her seem more light skinned. These guys who draw fucking comics, they draw black people one fucking color. They don't draw black people different fucking colors. They don't. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell you when they did the new X-Men or the X-Men Extreme. I forget what comic. Let me see what it is. The new
Yeah,
X-Men.
X-Men Extreme. I got that. I got that series.
Yeah, because you got to think about it for that palette. They were doing bright visual colors. She's still considered a dark skinned woman. But this is the problem with the comic book industry, and this is the reason why black people who like comics and anime need to go to the conventions and support your independent comic book artists and writers. You know why? A guy put up a very important post to me. He said 98% of your comic book writers and artists are white male.
Yes.
So when you draw a storm to white people's eyes, they'll put a palette in to put black,
Yes.
and they're gonna make storm lighter because they're
Asian
gonna pick.
and white people, like when I was learning to draw, I learned to put peach in because white people like to look to themselves as peachy. It's not fucking white. I gotta use peach. When I use black, I gotta use a combination of brown, red, and purple. When I use Asian, guess what? I gotta use a combination of what does I usually use? I use orange, yellow, and peach.
You gotta remember when you're using when you're drawing storm at that moment. That's when that X-Men Extreme or whatever the fuck they call it. That
X-Men
was like
Extreme.
that was like what the early 2000s where they would
Yes.
switch. A lot of that shit switched from coloring, meaning from hand colors to digital. So they're going to come out different a bit because they were still experimenting with that shit. So a lot of that shit was experimental. Storm's always going to be considered a dark character. And even now they draw her, if to be honest, they actually draw her even darker than what she was years past to emphasize that. Because anytime you see her, especially during the time when she was married to T'Challa, she was extra dark. And here's
She
another
was
thing.
perfect. She was perfect dark during those days.
Yeah, that's because they perfected the color palette. And during that time, during the early 2000s, they were switching from hand coloring to digital art.
I can't believe we're actually debating the color palette.
I mean, that's actually a good thing because it shows that everybody loves comics. And people
Yeah,
don't.
but at the same time, it's just like
Hey, when the white boys debate,
nigga.
when the white boys debate certain shit, they debate some of the stupidest shit. But here's the
We're
crazy thing.
debating on shades. If it's two
Well,
shades
you
dark
got
or
to
not.
think when they don't have to debate shades because every shade they got is going to be supportive of them. That's why even if you got problems with Young Ripper, support his shit. At least you know you're going to get a comic with different shades of black people.
But
Which
no
is
one.
why Halle Berry, a fucking light skinned biracial, was a fucking insult.
It was a
She was an actress at the time that was high, which could get views for a fucking movie.
yeah.
That's it.
He was name recognition because nobody knew who the fuck Hugh Jackman was at that time.
Yeah,
But
he was new.
when Hugh Jackman came out, God knew Hugh Jackman took over the role of Wolverine because. And by the way, Hugh Jackman is physically in the real world a foot taller than the comics. But nobody gave a fuck because he plays the fuck out of the role.
Exactly.
And you see
He had to look so you didn't bitch too much because everybody
No,
knows
the,
Wolverine is fucking little.
There are people that bitch about that, aka Angry Man. Angry Man bitches about Hugh Jackman playing that damn
that's
fucking
what I
role.
had to,
And he's a Christian geek.
That's what I had to argue with Angry Man. Who at 5'3" could physically show Wolverine? You have no good actors who are 5'3". You might have some cosplayers, but being a cosplayer is a lot different than being an actor for a major motion picture studio. You don't mind Hugh Jackman being Wolverine.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
I don't want to see Danny DeVito play Wolverine. I'm sorry.
No, it does not take. Some things you're gonna have to tweak from the comics.
He was good as the Penguin. He's not good as Wolverine. I'm sorry.
Because when it came to Storm, I was like, yo, they could have got Iman to do this. She didn't even have a lot of speaking lines.
Yeah.
And that would have been perfect.
But
Iman speaks in a way that's like, the way she talks and everything. Because remember, you're dealing with a Somali woman, and she's multilingual, by the way. And wait a minute, are you sure you want Iman? Why not Grace Jones, by the way?
Well, Grace Jones was too old at the time.
Grace Jones was too old. Iman was technically too old, but you could have did some makeup shit.
Well,
you know what I mean?
That was East African, East Somali, East
Halle
African.
Berry for the American market was perfect at the time in the early 2000s.
Hell no, perfect. Hell no.
At the time, because Halle Berry was on the rise, she was making money, she was name recognition, and they needed that for the fucking movie. You were not gonna make an X-Men movie with just fucking unknowns and make that profitable.
You only had two guys who were. You only had two really actors that were recognizable. Patrick Stewart. It was Ian. What's his name? Who played Magneto?
Ian Kellerman. Ian Kellerman.
Those were the two only known actors.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. Even when they did the that one they said that Angela Bassett, they still said Patrick what you call was gonna be
Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart was gonna be Charles Xavier.
Professor.
So he that, to be honest with you, there is no one else who can play Charles Xavier better than Patrick Stewart. Because
they nailed that. They nailed that.
Because that was the only choice they had.
They literally. If you ever notice one thing about the comics, especially the Ultimate comics, who did they base the Ultimate Fury after?
Come again?
Who did they base in the Ultimate comic books Nick Fury after?
Shit.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Motherfucker.
That was the I won't say new DC. That's more DC.
You gotta
remember, the Ultimate version.
You gotta see. Here's the part about bodybuilding, right? How many bodybuilders? I'm gonna tell you what's the wrong thing about people in comics. Comic book fans typically want everything to be accurate, right?
Accurate to a T.
Superman in the comic is 6'3", 6'4". Henry Cavill's like 6'1", 6'1". Did he play a good ass Superman?
Yes, he did.
He nailed it, as far as I'm concerned.
Did it matter if you missed 2 or 3 inches? No.
Nope.
And also too, his cape was too fucking long. If you want to be accurate about it.
Like, yeah, I mean,
dude that played Bane is way shorter than what's his name? Christian Bale. Yeah. Christian Bale like 6'3". Yeah, Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy's like what, 5'9", 5'10"?
But the thing about it is, how many times have you complained about not Tom Hanks?
Tom Hardy?
No, not Tom Hardy.
What movie have we seen him?
Mission Impossible guy.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. How many times have you complained about his height? And he's a short ass motherfucker.
Yeah, you gotta remember. Here's the difference. You can't, when you look at who played Thor,
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Can you imagine anybody else playing Thor at this point?
At this point, no. At this point, no.
When you look at Chris Evans, can you imagine anybody else playing Captain America?
No.
Yeah, I can see that. Don't ask me to name somebody off the top of my head, but I don't think Captain America was that dynamic that you can only see
Bullshit.
Homeboy playing him.
Bullshit.
You can't see it.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You really
Bullshit.
can't say because
That,
nobody else captured. Put it to you this way: this is how good he played Captain America. A lot of people forget that he played the Human Torch, and he was and he acted
I
totally
didn't.
different,
I didn't forget.
and he
the
was
thing,
totally different.
the thing about Captain, the thing about that I liked about him is Captain America is that he progresses the character
Yeah,
in that, and he did it so fucking well that you didn't even fucking notice how he was a man at a time. If you remember in the first Avengers movie, how Scarlet Witch told him like he's a god, Cap, and he kind of said the only God I know is we only have one God, and that was him going back to his Christian roots.
and he said that he doesn't wear nothing like that.
And he was nothing like that. And then you saw him always wanting to go to a fight. Then when you saw him go to the end game, was it end game? Yeah, it was end game. Where he had to go fight himself, he had to go to Hydra. He learned
Now you
that
talking about Winter Soldier?
no end game. Remember when he was in the
He's talking about
elevator
Endgame when he had to go.
and he said Hell Hydra and he had to fight all those guys in that elevator? Yeah, the elevator scene was a good in Winter Soldier. But he realized, he learned that I don't have to fight every fucking battle. I can be strategic about it. And that's why he smiled, because like I outsmarted these motherfuckers.
Yeah. And you got to realize that he probably had one of the best progressions out of the hero. Because, and by the way,
everybody.
let me tell you why Chris Evans is such a good actor. He still to this day has the best single fucking Marvel movie to date.
The single best what?
Marvel movie to date.
Civil War.
Not Civil War.
He's talking about Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier is their version.
Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier is still Marvel's version of The Dark Knight. That's there. If somebody told me, like I tell people all this time, well, you know, this movie's better. I said, what Marvel movie they made that was better than The Dark Knight? Nobody can give me a fucking answer. And I said,
I would say Infinity War. Infinity War was better.
Single movie. And even then, Infinity War was not as intriguing.
A single movie? Yeah, Infinity War.
Single meaning single character, no groups.
Well, then I would go with Winter Soldier.
Yep.
Yeah, Winter Soldier.
As a matter of fact, it's so good that it was damn near on par with Infinity War, because you actually forget at times watching Winter Soldier that you're watching a superhero movie. You felt like you were watching more of a James Bond, Jason Bourne movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how good of the fucking role he played. And the fact that, and believe it or not, it actually showed how much chemistry him and what's his name, Scarlett Johansson had on film.
To be honest with you, I will say that. Go ahead, Charles.
Those Snyder movies were awful. Get the fuck out of here. I love you, Brian, but get the fuck out of here. First of all, let me. I'm gonna say this again. Once again, what Marvel movie is better than Man of Steel?
Winter Soldier, Infinity War.
Winter Soldier is equal to that.
I will say.
You don't want no groups, or can it be a group?
I'll honestly say I enjoyed Iron Man 1 better than Man of Steel.
I've enjoyed actually Man of Steel better, because Iron Man 1, the last fight was lackluster. And I'm not being Superman biased. The last fight was lackluster.
You
The fight between trust me, the fight between Superman and Zod is still one of the greatest fights in superhero history.
Honestly, if we talking about Superman versus Zod, that pretty much trumped damn near everything Marvel did.
Exactly.
Nah.
And I'm gonna tell you, the only other fight.
I gotta keep it real.
Nah.
The Superman Zod fight was hard as shit. Now, come on, Art.
Nah.
It was
First
hard.
of all, hold on. First of all, when he was fighting the broad and the big dude. Come on, man. Like yo, dog, that shit beat a lot of Marvel shit.
Yeah,
Nah.
Let's be honest.
I'm gonna tell you why. When you look at it, right? It was better than we could go to Avengers 1. Was it a better fight than Hulk versus Thor?
Yes.
Yes.
Hulk versus Thor.
Was it a better fight? Was it a better fight than Killmonger versus T'Challa?
Yes.
I would say that.
Was it a better fight than Thanos versus Iron Man and Spider-Man?
Hell no.
Ho. You talking about just going? You talking about at the end of the fight when he just going against Tony Stark, or
that was a group fight? You can't use that.
The group fight.
That was a group fight. You can't use that one. You too much.
Because honestly, you might have to go. Hold on, let me get this out. To compare Superman versus Zod, you might have to throw in that group fight. If you're looking at it as
because
a better fight.
That group fight will beat Thanos, man. That group fight, because it's a group fight.
But I'm saying, okay, so if you going 1-on-1, I don't see Marvel having nothing.
But the thing is, you only had like 2 minutes at best of Iron Man versus Thanos in Infinity War.
You would have to go with the group fight to even get that to make it make sense.
That's what I'm saying. You would have to go with the group fight.
Well, what I'm saying is that's an unfair comparison because it was a group fight.
Let me tell you why it's a fair comparison. Because believe it or not, the CGI was damn near almost flawless when they were flying and jumping off the building. You know what was the biggest complaint of Superman Returns? No big fight against a big villain that could equal Superman or rival him. They fucking changed that.
Why are you bringing a horrible fucking Superman movie into?
We don't speak of Superman Returns. That's why.
You just did, though.
No, but we don't speak about it.
You just did, though. You spoke on it. Come on, bro. Nigga, I gotta call you out on that. You spoke on that shit.
We don't really speak about it. But here's
why
the
did
point.
you speak on it?
The reason why I spoke on it.
Why'd you speak on it? Why'd you speak on it? Why'd you speak on it?
Because niggas complained about it, and this is the reason why. Like,
we're not talking about that. We're talking about Man of Steel.
Matter of fact, let's look at Spider-Man, right?
Oh, now he want to.
No.
Now you want to jump? Okay.
Any of the Spider-Man fights, were they better?
Better than what?
That's Sony.
Zod? Better than Zod? Zod Superman?
Yeah.
That's Sony.
Not even close.
No, I be honest with you. I like Spider-Man 1 fight.
I'll say this.
Spider-Man 1 was better.
I'll say this. The Spider-Man fights were better than a lot of Marvel shit. I'll say that.
Doc Ock was better.
Now, when you gotta look about it, when you look about this, right? Well,
hold on, Brett. Thor Ragnarok. Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Thor Ragnarok is better than me. Oh, hell no. I hated Thor Ragnarok.
Brian, you up on the panel now. You got to explain this shit. How the fuck Thor Ragnarok almost flushed the fucking Thor series, man. That shit was horrible.
That was horrible. People
The
watch
first
that off
Doctor
tape.
Strange was better than Matt. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Hey, Brian, you up yet?
Oh my god, nigga.
Oh no.
Like
Matter of fact,
I had disagreements with Charles, but I don't have that much disagreements.
I'm gonna tell you what. Wonder Woman was a better movie than Wonder Woman 1 was a better movie than a lot of Marvel movies.
Yo, do I need to drink again? Shit, I just drank my last drink. Do I need to drink
I
again?
got plenty of liquor left. I'm trying not to.
So do I, nigga.
I'm just like, yo, Wonder Woman 1 was better than most Marvel movies.
Oh my god.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it to you this way. Black Manta would have kicked the shit out of a lot of your Marvel heroes by himself in Aquaman. So we got to look at that shit, man. Yo, we got to be very, and see, this is the part when I tell people, and I'm a comic book fan. Yes, Superman's my favorite. Okay,
you biased. I understand.
I'm not biased at all.
Yes, you are.
One thing about me, I will not be a biased person if you ask my opinion about it. And I will tell you, when I looked at Man of Steel again, and then I looked at a Marvel movie, and my favorite Marvel movie is Winter Soldier. And I looked at other Marvel movies, and I said, there's no movie they really have touching Winter Soldier outside the groups, because you know you're going to get more spectacular shit out the group movies. But here's the fucked up part. We don't appreciate Zack Snyder's movies because a lot of people are hooked on the Marvel fucking pizzazz.
Well, see, this is the problem.
I like DC being serious, being darker. You know why? Because it gives me a different context. I want to go to Marvel for one thing and DC for another. Even when I read my books, I'll go to DC, Marvel, Image. You know, what's that? Dynamite or whatever the fuck they call themselves. I go for different. Yeah, I'll even go to Valiant Comics for different reasons.
The issue that I have with the Zack Snyder Man of Steel movie, and this is because they picked the one. The ending should have been different for Superman. 2, they picked a bad color palette, and this has something to do with Zack Snyder. And I proved this on one of my live streams. If they picked the lighter color palette for Man of Steel, when he achieved hope or proved hope through his symbol, it would have been a better movie. Because Zack Snyder always picked dark color palettes for his movies.
But notice when he went to B versus S, his suit was lighter.
It was not that. I'm telling you. I went through. I did this with Edward. I think you were on the stream, and I showed it where people actually composited his scenes verbatim to what the scenes the other people chose for that color palette. And what you have to understand is that people respond to the images that they receive, and because he had a darker Superman, a lot of people look at Superman as fucking hope, as something positive, and because he chose a darker color palette, it became deadry, like something Batman. If you would have chose that color, if you chose that color palette for Batman, that would have been perfect. But because he chose that color palette for Superman, it became something that people were not resonating with, because a lot of people were resonant with the 1970s Superman, because that was the Superman that people wanted. Hope, inspiring.
But you got to remember, here's the progression of Superman. He was telling the story of the progression of Superman, and a lot of people did not get that. Because remember, it's going to be darker because he picked a suit that was really Krypton. He didn't really create that suit for himself. So when he came back as the Black Superman in the Snyder Cut, because that Josh Whedon cut never existed, he was the hero of Krypton.
I'm not talking about that.
And
I'm not talking
I'm
about
just
the
saying,
Snyder cut.
I'm just talking about the Man of Steel. Yes, I understand it's darker, but it was a progression of his suit became lighter and how he becomes the more Superman that we know and love. So he's not gonna coming first out. It's like being new at a job, right? Being new at a job, you're not as confident working there, are you? Sometimes you question why the fuck you at this job. That's the story that's portrayed. Because guess what? The color portrayed his unsureness. Like he didn't want to give himself up to the world. So he had to come to being normalized in that part.
But see, that's the problem that I have with it because even in the instance where he's talking to Lois Lane, she talks about his essay. She said it's hope, and hope is not dark. If you want to talk about hope, it's about the best. It's about light, and he should have lightened up that movie after that. And a lot of people had a problem with that movie because a lot of people said they felt like it was a Batman movie versus a
Well,
Superman movie.
people, one, you gotta admit this. They're voting it off of Marvel. And
Nah,
here's another thing. Did I mind it being dark? No. As long as the motherfucker did what he was supposed to do, I didn't mind it. And then on top of that, the progression of story, which we all know people don't do well listen to stories because the average person nowadays has the attention span of a fruit fly. They don't get the story. It's like if you look at even now with anime, right? You look at a lot of these anime stories, wash, rinse, repeat. You got this one person who's the pinnacle of power. Insert All Might. Insert fucking what's the nigga from Jujutsu Kaisen? Gojo or whatever the fuck his name.
yeah.
Insert Frieza. Pinnacle of power.
Yeah, but see, that's okay. I'm just gonna say this right now. I understand that as creative people, we want to make things complex. We want to make things have this complex backstory that makes all of this sense. But as far as something that is going to be palatable for the major audience, not just us, but to most people or the greater audience, it has to be simple. And so him being a simplistic character was needed in that movie for him to gain more access, to build more complexity to him was going to be a detriment because I'll be honest with you, people are fucking lazy to try to understand. And because movies are supposed to be, by and large, escapism. I don't want to think about shit. I just want to accept shit for what it is, and then
Yeah,
I just want, and so that was the detriment of that movie. Yes, I do enjoy Man of Steel for its
that's fine.
complexity,
Put it to you this way.
but I do
I'm gonna say
understand where it failed when it would have a lot of
I'm gonna
comic
I'm
fans.
gonna put it to you this way, right? This is how good of a movie. If the main issue that people got is color palette, that tells you that you don't really have too much to complain about. But
That was my issue with it. A
but the
lot of
whole
people's
thing,
issue with it that was not an actual Superman story before for all that he did in it.
yeah, he's not your granddaddy Superman. I mean,
But that's what people
we all
know.
love Christopher Reeve, but guess what? When you're put in a modern day audience, and trust me, people say, "Well, Christopher Reeve Superman never killed." Bullshit.
But what I'm telling you is that when it comes to the general audience, like yeah, we're comic book geeks. We understand that Superman did kill at one point.
I mean, even in the movie, he killed himself.
even when he did not want to in the comic books, he did it. He had to do it. But the major audiences, Superman is supposed to be the symbol of hope. And even though Zack Snyder put that in the movie, you didn't see that in the movie about hope because he had to kill Zod. He didn't try to immaculate Zod and try to put him in the Phantom Zone to try to hope that he would redeem himself because he had hope. You know that little
Oh,
dumb
you
shit.
know what
I
happened?
understand why he kills him, and I understand the reason why he screamed at that moment because he's like, really, that movie should have been The Last Son of Krypton, because when he snapped his neck, excuse me,
He really was the last son of Krypton.
that's what that movie should have been called, Last
But
Son of Krypton.
here's the crazy part about it. When that part came out, that was like a whoo moment when I literally said it when he did it because you didn't expect it. But being from my background, I understood it. He forced his hand. And a lot of people don't understand. Look, at that point, Zod became irredeemable.
Yeah, and that's like touching on the black pill, but Superman in a lot of people's eyes should never touch a black pill.
Well, Superman is a black pill character. He's just on the other side of the same coin as Batman. And that's why I said you can't grow up on a farm and not be black pill. It's put it this way. How many kids grow up loving the animals on the farm?
There's a lot.
But at some
killing a human life is going to be completely different.
But at some point, the animal you may love might have to be on a dinner plate.
Yeah, but that's a completely different thing.
That's
that is a completely different thing than you killing your best friend because he's doing some fucked up shit.
That's pretty black pill. And then even like when we look at the book Trinity, people he even talked about in the little square box when he's thinking. People call me the Boy Scout, but growing up on a farm, even I know when to put a mad dog down. So if he goes, if you pose such a threat to a point, he will kill you. He will take you down. And there was no, and yes, if he had the ability of putting him back in the Phantom Zone, he would have, but he didn't at that time. Like, nigga, we literally fucking fought and buildings collapsed. People died fighting. And even when Batman, which is like, I call Batman this, the smartest stupid man that we ever knew. Batman blamed him for all the destruction, but Batman don't realize, didn't you see the nigga that was fighting?
Yeah,
it was basically like another god, but hey, we wouldn't have got them two fighting on screen, will we?
He was playing to Batman's point paranoia about people that are stronger and have that ability. That's what he was playing into. That's what I didn't like about his. I mean, I like Ben Affleck as Batman. I didn't like.
I thought he was a cool ass Batman.
I didn't like his interpretation of Batman at that moment. I
like Batman. I like his interpretation because really, that's who Batman truly is. He's a paranoid fucking guy.
Yeah, but Batman doesn't kill. He was killing in that fucking movie. And even he said in a recent interview is that you're missing the opportunity where Batman kills. It's like Batman doesn't kill. He harms, he dislocates your arm. He may put you in a fucking hospital, but he doesn't kill.
But you got to remember, he was pretty much the Dark Knight Returns Batman. So it was, yeah.
Even Dark Knight's Return Batman didn't kill, bro.
But you got to remember.
I mean, be honest with you. Did Dark Knight's Batman Return kill? Did he kill those mutants? Yeah. Did he kill in Batman Dark Knight 2?
He damn near killed him. He shot him in the
No,
face
no,
with a
not
rubber bullet.
damn near killed. Did he kill them?
He shot him in the face with a rubber bullet. You're pretty much dead.
Did they, what was they put in the ground?
Off camera, yeah.
Off camera, in your imagination.
No, off
But in
camera.
his
You shoot a
mind, he said,
motherfucker. You shoot a motherfucker in the head with a rubber bullet, they're dead. You just cracked that fucking. You gave them a skull fracture, dude.
But that was not. It was not illustrated in that.
It was not illustrated. Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
That's all I'm saying. In that illustration, he was using rubber bullets. In the reader's mind, those were safe bullets. As a tactical person, yes, you knew that was probably not a safe thing to do.
They were dead. They probably wished death, and if they didn't die, they probably wished they were killed.
But as a fucking writer, he was like, "Oh, I'm not going to use real bullets. I'm just going to use rubber bullets." He doesn't know that it is a technicality of that situation. They will probably be dead.
Yeah,
we know that. As a fucking writer who doesn't know fucking arms.
And here's the crazy part, right? When he beat up the fucking mutant leader, what did he do? He broke his legs, broke his arm, he crippled the man.
Yeah. That's what I expect Batman to do that shit.
And guess what? That's even face worse than death.
Maybe, but he's not dead.
You might as well kill him because he's like a fucking vegetable now.
He's still alive. You can help him from bone room.
That's a vegetable.
But guess what? He did it for a reason. And it wasn't because he wanted to kill the guy. He was making a point.
Just like when you look at the fucking Batman and B versus S. He was a very distraught Batman, and why did he kill? You got to remember, why did he kill?
Why?
Who died in that version?
What, Jason Todd supposedly, or Dick Grayson supposedly?
It wasn't Jason Todd.
Dick.
It was Richard Grayson, baby. So he pretty much, for Batman to go against his code, it had to be something heavy, right?
Even when he talked to Joker in the was it
the Snyder Cut?
Yeah, the Snyder Cut.
And by the way, on a side note, that was the chemistry between him and Jared Leto was so fucking.
That was a good scene. I'll admit that was a good scene.
That was beautiful, man. That was fucking beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. I mean, we got robbed of that shit.
Yeah, I'm glad we got it.
Jared Leto was a maniacal ass Joker.
I honestly think that David Ayer did him disjustice.
But it goes back to what Warner Brothers and a lot of those fucking editors did. What happened? Why
they rushed shit? That's what the fucking problem was.
Exactly. Why was Ray Fisher so pissed?
Ray Fisher was pissed because fucking that damn.
You cut 70% of his rollout.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer bitch did that damn Snyder Cut. And to be honest with you, his fucking daughter committed suicide.
And that's why everybody knows that. Well, at
least
you and I know that from off the
break. Snyder left that shit, and then you had that fucking
and respect Snyder for leaving, because guess what? That was a major blow. Your daughter died. So
your daughter died. He left the movie. Then you left the movie in front of this guy that did Age of Ultron, and then he just cut all these people's roles, and people didn't like it, and people wanted to fucking leave. And the only reason why you had a Snyder Cut because everybody want to come back and say, "I believed in this guy's vision."
Yeah, and his vision, and thank God, between the actors and the fans, that we got to see it. That's like one of the few times that's happened. So when we looked at it and when we saw how much of a role, when you saw the fucking issue between his father and him, that was a beautiful scene. He did his thing as Cyborg. And I'll be pissed too if 70% of my role was cut.
Yeah.
Actually, probably probably 85% if you really think about it now.
Yeah, I agree.
And
It's just that you could tell that story in a theater.
And it's like this. Guess what? That movie right there was what's gonna make or break. Um, Now Max, but back then HBO Max.
The issue is with Zack Snyder is that Warner Brothers wanted the same success that Marvel had with the Avengers and shit. So they wanted to expedite an Avengers style movie with DC.
But now look what happened. Look what happened when they got who they got in charge with it. Who they got in charge now?
James Gunn.
James Gunn. I forget how gratuitous Jujutsu Kaisen is, by the way. Slice that bitch head right in the head.
Well, see, this is the issue that I have because one, we haven't had an official James Gunn movie out. Yeah, James Gunn has fucked with the editing process of other Zack Snyder projects, but we haven't had an official James Gunn movie out. Two, there's a lot of people that still like the Zack Snyder issue stuff scout, and they want to promote an animated series of it, which I am all for if they want to do an animated series of, but they're not going to do that. They canceled the Superman and Lois TV show that was actually very good. They canceled that because James Gunn wanted to do his own version of Superman, and that's going to be Superman Legacy. So that's the reason why that show got canceled. James Gunn has complete control over everything that is concerning the media portion of DC at this point. So anything that's coming out of DC is going to be under James Gunn's direction. And that's the thing that's coming out right now. It's just like, I don't know what's going to happen.
It's literally like that old DC movie Brave New World. That's what we're going into.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to be different is going to be the Joker, because Joker made so much fucking money for DC that they're going to make a second sequel. And
Lady Gaga, and it's a musical.
Yeah, I have no hope for that. I really do. The only thing about that trailer that made me smile was when she put that smiley face on the screen. And she said, "Yeah," and he smiled within it. And I was like, "Okay, that was good. That was good." Other than that,
Joaquin Phoenix, what's up, my boy Josh? Here's the link if you want to come up, Josh. I'm glad for the Joker movie because we forget how much of a talented actor Joaquin Phoenix is. And shout out to River Phoenix. That was his brother, right? His younger brother or older brother?
I think younger.
Younger brother.
Yeah.
Younger brother. Good friends with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah. We forget how good of an actor the people who came out of that stable at that time period were, because at some point you felt sorry for the Joker, at other points you felt, okay, I can understand this motherfucker killing a whole bunch of people. Come out, go back down and come back again, Brian. And other times you got to think this guy was a maniacal menace. Mm-hmm. So he played so many different parts to his Joker that it was actually a treat to the eyes.
Yeah.
And it's for him not to get a Batman to go against will be a criminal shame before it's all said and done. I understand they want to focus on the Joker, but for him not to go against a Batman will be a crying shame.
It's all how they want to portray it, because how I look at it, it's like the way how I look at the Joker is like, this is the first Joker. It's not the main Joker. this is like the person that inspired the Joker.
Yeah.
That's how I look at the Joker movie. Because you remember he talked to that kid through the rails, right?
Ah.
I look at that as like that is the actual Joker. I
He's
know some
very
people.
he's very definitive. I kind of look at superheroes as in. This is how I look at superheroes in many times, right? Because I never told anybody this, so this is an exclusive. I look at heroes as I look at titles of rank. If that makes sense. For example, he said, "All right, I try to get my shit to work. I'll have to demolish your arguments some other time, Charles. LOL. Artists bringing up some of the same points I was going to bring up. You were going to bring up how the fuck
What?
is Thor Ragnarok better than
Yeah,
Man of
really.
Steel?
I would never agree with you on that.
Man of Steel is better than 95% of Marvel movies. Okay, stop that. This is the part that I have upset with. Okay, Thor is one of my other favorite characters. I love the 90s Professor Hulk. I love Ares, God of War. I like Thor. Tell you the truth, Thor's best stories has been within the last 10 years,
I would say
including Jane Foster Thor.
I would
Which,
say 15. As of from what I've been alive, I would say 15.
and I'm gonna say this. Yeah, we all love Rune King Thor, but Thor, when he talks to fucking Iron Man, was when Thor started getting interesting again. When he came back. And he had a nice chit chat with Iron Man that says, I thought we were friends, but you cloned me. And you caused the clone to kill one of my best friends. That's damn near unforgivable. Like, people don't understand something about Tony Stark. Tony Stark is smart, but he's also the ultimate fuck up. He says Thor Ragnarok was more complete film, balance of humor, drama, balance of humor, action, drama, way better than. When you look at Man of Steel and put it next to Thor Ragnarok was almost a comedy.
Thor. All right.
It was unpaid. Here's the bad part, right? Hela in the comics, who technically would be Thor's niece. They put him in the sister, right? You're supposed to be the goddess of death. There was no hint of big stakes.
The issue is that they put too many fucking elements in Thor Ragnarok.
And then
they cram fucking Hulk, World War Hulk into that. Not World War Hulk, but Planet Hulk into that
Planet
shit.
Hulk in it. And then here's another thing. Even without his hammer, he's still one of the strongest people in the fucking Marvel universe. Hela was a better. Get the fuck out of here. Now you're just being silly.
Oh, he's trolling.
Now you're trolling, man.
Hela was not a better villain. Zod was a better villain because he had conviction.
He had conviction without dichotomy. She was trying to be funny and snarky. Zod was a man on a mission.
Now, I will say this about Zod. He was a good fucking villain in that movie. I will say that he was a
great fucking villain.
He was a great fucking villain. The person who the guy who played him pulled it off greatly. Now, did they have penises caskets that flew up on the ship? Yeah, they did. You can't deny that, y'all. That was a penis casket.
Because they had the balls to do it.
Exactly. Okay. All right. Well, as long as you acknowledge that. But they had penis caskets. But But
He said the one
the,
scene when
the
Zod
what?
was trying to burn up people with his heat vision was so stupid.
No,
How?
he did that because he lost. All right, this is one of the things that I have to understand, that people have to understand about men. All right, if you are a man and your purpose in life is destroyed, you have nothing, and you are lost as a fucking man. If your purpose is
He
destroyed,
became unhinged.
his purpose was to protect Krypton at any cost, and he lost that. He lost that, and so he was just like,
I'm gonna pay you back.
I am a shell of a man of myself because my purpose in life is destroyed. It's no longer irrelevant. What do I have left? And he just went AWOL. I will say that was a perfect example of what Zod was.
That's what
Because when he talked to the queen, he's like I will find him. He meant that. Because you're taking away what my purpose is in this society. And I will find your son, and he will not be fucking safe.
Let me put it to you this way.
That was a powerful scene.
Let me put it to you this way. What villain in Marvel history that actually took over the scene? The only person you can think of is Thanos.
Thanos was the only person that took over a scene. Ultron did for a little bit. Red Skull, for me, he took over the scene a little bit.
At the same level as Zod.
I would say Ultron.
There we go again.
I would say Ultron. At that same level. I'm not saying he did the exact same thing, but as far as like the importance of that character, Ultron did.
Because when you look at it, Thanos and Zod made you question your morality in a way.
Okay.
Because if you were in my shoes, would you do the same thing too? He said Killmonger was a better villain than Zod.
Oh my god. Killmonger was a dumbass.
Yeah, he was. He was going to put black people on the earth in an endless war.
I mean, I'll put.
He was a child that was scarred.
I put Black Panther in the top 5 Marvel movies just because of the relevance of it, but at the same time, Killmonger was not that great of a villain because he didn't have that much forethought.
He did not
have a plan. He just did.
He was a child scorned. It was like that African proverb about the child.
Yeah, they want to burn everything, and that's
the reason why
he burned.
A child who grows up not knowing the warmth of the village shall burn it down to feel that warmth.
Yeah, and he burned the heart-shaped herb, and not knowing that he could have used that heart-shaped herb for every other officer in his village. It's like, bro, you just fucked the fuck. You could have had so many super soldiers at your disposal.
You pretty much fucked Wakanda, and Wakanda forever.
Yeah, you killed Wakanda and you killed your resistance.
Killmonger was blinded by hate and rage and revenge. That's all he understood. He felt abandoned, and all he had was rage. And when you're blinded by rage, you're short-sighted in your actions. You do things on impulse.
You could not one time did you see Zod in that movie go by rage, except when the last part where he says, "Oh, I'm gonna get mine back in blood." when you fucked over Krypton, he was gonna fuck over you. Fucked over what I love the most. I'm gonna destroy what you love the most.
Yeah, and that was these humans.
And you understood why he was like that. There was no questioning. Not one time. You did not question
that shit.
You could not question Zod's motivations to say, was he right?
No, he was clear cut in his convictions.
Killmonger was gonna let Wakanda burn.
Killmonger wanted to destroy everything because he figured if I can't be part of this, I'll wipe it out. You ever notice how some
He said good night,
some
everybody.
people like if I can't have it, no one can. That's
Before we
Killmonger
go,
right
Brian, I'm gonna say this. Killmonger proves the theory that not everybody's right to rule.
Yeah, I will true that. But anyway, we do gotta go to bed. It's fucking 6:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't know what your first schedule is, but I gotta go to fucking go to work.
Thank God I'm off today. But shit.
Yeah, fuck you, nigga.
And that's what she said. But but I got some things to do in my real life. Good conversation, folks. Not only do we go black pill, but we go comics. You never know where we go in the multi-faceted black man spear. See, when you look at Zod, right? Zod is black men right now. What happens when you take away our focus on families, children, protecting our women and all that? You become indifferent. And that's what the women don't realize. A lot of people don't realize that shit. But we'll speak more about this later today. Woo! Later, folks.